Good evening. It is 6:32 p.m. and I'd like to call to order the February 26, 2026 meeting of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education. Mr. Moody, would you please take the roll?
Absolutely will do, Mr. President. Board Member Jeff Bennett.
Here.
Board Member Deirdre Brown.
Here.
Board Member Elizabeth Callahan.
Here.
Board Member Meredith Higgins.
Here.
Board Member Bimal Kapadia.
Here.
Board President Will Meyer.
Here.
Board Member Malini Nair.
Here. Board
Board Member Shana Saki Gable.
Here.
Board Member Paul Steffen.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Please stand if you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. Adequate notice of this meeting was sent from the office of the Secretary of the Board on January 6, 2026, to the Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, Tap into Soma, and the Village Green. I will now entertain a motion to enter executive session as permitted under the Open Public Meetings Act to discuss attorney-client privilege, HIB reporting, and personnel. No formal action to be taken. Do I have a motion? Callahan, second? Higgins? All in favor, please raise your hand. Unanimous? All right, the board will enter executive session at 6:33 p.m. and will be returning to public session. Any action resulting from our discussions will be taken in public session, and we'll see you back here shortly. Thank you. Good evening. Good evening. I would like to call this meeting back to order at 8:28 p.m. The board is now back in public session, and I would like to thank you all for joining us tonight. Now, we recognize there are a significant number of people looking to speak this evening, and we are thankful that you are here. We want to accommodate you as best we can during our meeting. So accordingly, I'm going to propose we hear from our student public speaks in just a moment. Then we also have a presentation on our triple I plan. We're going to push that until after the regular public speaks to make sure everyone has adequate time. Now, please note, I want you to please note, our policy on public speak says that if it's going to be over an hour's worth of time, in other words, more than 20 people, that public speaks are limited to 2 minutes. That will be in effect tonight. So your speaks will be limited to 2 minutes of time. So do your copy editing now. I'm going to turn the mic over to Superintendent Bing for a brief superintendent statement before we get going.
You'll also see on public speaks, guys, you'll see the little picture of the guy speaking on the right. That's the one you press. When this is red, that means it's active. Okay, just look for the red. Very quickly, we have some adjustments to our resolutions. First adjustment, resolution 4918, Ryan Harmon being added as the assistant boys varsity outdoor coach. Resolution 4919, adding, adding Alex Simon as head coach for the varsity boys outdoor track. That's for me. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. I was going to say the same. This is a very difficult job, so I appreciate that round of applause for the superintendent. Let me just think that, please. Let me just have my beliefs. Also, we'd like to add Michael Johnson would also be the assistant boys, girls varsity track coach. You know, we had a very interesting presentation on social studies last month. I don't know why we didn't get the same sort of reaction or turnout. So let's work on that, guys, please. I think next week it's going to be around Spanish. So let's work on that. Get you out here. So you're going to see those resolution tweaks when we read the resolutions at the end of the night. Okay. Anybody need that repeated? All good? Okay.
You also for a recognition.
Yes. Melissa, sorry for making you guys wait. You got a mic? We like to honor spectacular people. We have a lot of them staff-wise. So we like to honor at least one per meeting. So I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Butler, who has a wonderful person that has a reputation that is amazing. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Butler, principal of Clinton Elementary.
I am here tonight as the proud principal of Clinton Elementary School to formally recognize Dr. Antoinette Gallen. One of our unbelievable multilingual teachers for her exceptional service and dedication as the liaison to our multilingual families, specifically our Haitian Creole families. Dr. Gallen consistently goes above and beyond to ensure that our Haitian Creole families feel supported, informed, and valued within our school community. She meets families wherever they are, within our schools, during conferences, in their homes, and even at their places of worship, demonstrating her deep commitment to building authentic relationships rooted in trust and respect. Her work extends far beyond translation or communication. Dr. Gellin brings culture to the forefront, ensuring that Haitian heritage, language, and traditions are acknowledged and celebrated within our school. Through her advocacy and presence, she creates meaningful connections between families and our staff, helping to remove barriers and foster a true sense of belonging. Because of her dedication, our Haitian Creole families feel seen, heard, and empowered. Her compassion, cultural awareness, and tireless support strengthen not only the families she serves, but our entire school community. We are incredibly grateful for her leadership and the positive impact she continues to make. It is with sincere appreciation that we recognize Dr. Gellin for her outstanding service. Take a stand so everyone knows who you are. She makes me a better principal every day. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Gal,
Would you
can
come
we get
join
your
us for a
picture with
photo?
the board? I do want to point out, and Melissa said it perfectly, for the work that Ms. Gallen currently does Dr. Gallen over the last 2 years has been extremely difficult with the political climate we are currently in. And she has gone above and beyond to make these families part of the SMSD family. It has been extremely difficult. We know that. We recognize that. That's why we thank you deeply.
Hey, Jamie, could we have that backdrop back on the screen one more time? Thank you.
All right. Can I entertain a motion to move up public speaks for our students? It's students first. Motion Bennett, second. Second Gable. All in favor? Okay. Unanimous? All right, without further ado, thank you, students, for coming in person and joining us online this evening. We value public comment at our board meetings. We cannot engage with a dialogue with you, but we take your comments very seriously, and your input will inform our work. Our comment period is limited to 1 hour. Each speaker will have 2 minutes tonight. Please begin by stating your name and your town. We'll start with Ellie Tamir Hone, and I apologize. Please tell me the right way to pronounce your last name. Oh, thank you. Push the
Button on the right.
Oh, it may not be turned on. Our tech folks will help with it in just a second. They got to push a button. Oh.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you. Shall I start? Hello, my name is Ellie Tamir Hone, and I am from Maplewood. I'm a senior at Columbia High School in the AP Literature and Composition cohort of 2025 to 2026. I would like to start off this meeting by taking a moment of silence to commemorate my fallen classmates. Thank you. I would like to first address the inadequacy of Columbia's approach toward satiating the qualms of the students who aspire to read Oscar Wilde in a classroom setting. The approach toward banning the book was beyond dissatisfactory. Only was the banning addressed after public outcry, not student advocacy, not due to recognition that a wrong decision was made, not because of teacher championship, but because the community found out, which is blatantly indicative of the lack of representation the students have over their own education at Columbia High School, a notion which Columbia allegedly...
You've got time. You don't have to go that far. You've got time.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Claims to uphold and perpetuate. However, it is simply that a claim for when student outcry poses the agenda of the SOMSD district, we are disparaged and extensively muted. While we are under the guise of reinstatement, English supervisor Suzanne Ackley has consistently refused to rescind the directive given to Mrs. Martling, which originally forbade her teaching the novel. Thus, how can we expect a teacher who has been provided no communication to violate a directive despite being told they are to teach? To say colloquially, no one with the goal of preserving their job would impose upon a directive from their boss over student rumors that the book has been reintroduced to the curriculum. Moreover, I plead with you to stop asserting this ban is to protect us or for mental health. You failed to remove Hamlet being read in Shakespeare. You failed to remove Romeo and Juliet being read in freshman English. AP Lit is the only curriculum you attack. Why not protect my friends in Shakespeare? Do you not value our mental health equally? And to that, I know the answer. You do not. When my childhood friend died in May and the school was asked to take me out of class and tell me, I found out through social media. To say you care about mental health only when it supports you is a disgrace of an excuse to myself and my peers who have struggled from such. Attempting to remove the book does not eliminate those experiences or elicited emotions, but rather allows them to augment and expresses rhetoric that the stories addressing mental health and the voices of our peers are unworthy of being heard. As Mr. Diaz relayed in personal correspondence, literature teaches us not to be better people or better thinkers or to resist tyranny. Literature teaches us that such choices are possible, and it teaches us that these choices are possible in the private fire of our minds. And as you attempt to poll called the most repulsive human species, cowardly teachers, which I'm of the belief the administration is choosing to fulfill. Detesting literature under the faux pas of protection is a decision of ignorance. Many, if not most of the students in AP Lit are turning 18, a pivotal age to escape from what too many call the Maplewood bubble. So why demand a continual shield from reality? To paraphrase Mr. Diaz, we will never be able to tolerate the truth and will always succumb to the narcotic flatteries of the simple and the self-serving and the cruel without literature, and thus it is time to choose the humility of not knowing to the false pride of certainty. So why ban the book at all if not for undertones of racial discrimination or mental health fraud? The subsequent speaker, Izzy Sandoval, will continue where I left off. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next public speaks is Izzy Sandoval.
Can you repeat that name?
Of course. Our next public speaks is Izzy Sandoval.
Hello, I'm Izzy Sandoval. I'm a senior currently enrolled in the Contemporary Literature course at CHS. Having read Oscar Wilde as it was part of the curriculum in Q1, I can state with full confidence that this book being removed from the AP Lit curriculum is a huge mistake. But most of you already know that. And there is a truth about financial malpractice surrounding why Oscar Wilde is being banned. I will now read from a local study that was done about said financial malpractice. It demonstrates that the scarcity of resources the district claims as defense is a documented fiction. When Superintendent Bing told NPR that providing additional social workers or counselors is a non-starter, he wasn't speaking to a lack of available funds, he was speaking to a lack of administrative integrity. I will now quote the 4 issues listed in the study. Number 1, the non-starter lie. Superintendent Bing claims we can't afford to scaffold books like Oscar Wilde with social workers. However, audit finding 2026-002 reveals the district achieved only a 35.1% participation rate in the SEMI Medicaid program, far below the state mandated 90%. The auditors explicitly state the district forfeited Medicaid reimbursements that could have supported the very special education and mental health programs the students are begging for. They're throwing away federal money designated for student support while calling the support a non-starter. Number 2, the 13.9 million fire hydrant, audit page 19. The district is currently pleading budget hardship to justify a $3 million shortfall, yet page 19 of the audit shows a total excess surplus of $13 million. By law, the district is only allowed to keep about $4.8 million. They are illegally sequestering $9.1 million over the legal limit. While they tell NPR they are protecting students by banning books, they are breaking state law to keep a massive slush fund off the books instead of hiring the counselors needed. Number 3, the reclassification pattern. There is a mechanical strategy at play here that parents need to recognize. We see it across board in financials and bullying. Internal emails show a pattern of reclassifying documented bullying as social skill deficits to avoid investigations and shift the cost of therapy onto parents. In the curriculum, they reclassify a Pulitzer Prize-winning novel, which 14.5% of our Hispanic and multiracial students see themselves as a mental health risk, to exert administrative control and distract from the fact that they forfeited the revenue to hire support staff. Number 4, the equity failure. The NPR article notes the district is 8.5% Hispanic. By removing a novel that gives voice to the Hispanic diaspora while simultaneously forfeiting the Medicaid funds that support our most vulnerable minority students, the administration is failing on its own stated equity goals. We
Thank
don't
you,
have a
Izzy.
budget crisis or a mental health crisis. We have an integrity crisis. Stop using student tragedies to shield financial malpractice. Time and time again, this district has
Thank you,
failed to
Izzy.
truly listen to its students, this ordeal being a prime example. My final message to the board is this: stop underestimating us students.
Our next public speaks is, I think it's Olive Wine. Thank you.
Olive, what's the last name?
Whitty. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Olive Whitty, and I'm from South Orange, New Jersey, and I'm a junior at CHS and a student in Contemporary Literature Honors with Miss Martling. In this class, I had the privilege of reading The Brief Wondrous Life of Oscar Wilde by Junot Diaz. This is a Pulitzer Prize-winning novel and received the Outstanding Books for the College Bound and Lifelong Learners Award from the American Liberty Association. It is a recommended reading for students of all ages who plan to continue their education beyond high school. Reading this book is crucial to expand students' perceptions of stereotypes, contemporary society, varying cultures, and personal development. Although our school prides itself on a diverse and inclusive curriculum, this book was my first exposure to Dominican history and has pushed me to think more deeply. In the words of Mr. Diaz, without literature of the naughtiest kind, literature that challenges how we think, how we feel, literature that makes the silences we hold about our societies impossible to maintain, literature that unsettles, we will never be able to tolerate the truth. Students will not be able to thrive in higher education environments without exposure to complex topics. In contemporary literature this year, Ms. Martling introduced this book with sensitivity. We had multiple class discussions about content warnings, the use of slurs, and understanding traumatic subjects in novels. She also let students know from the start of the school year that alternate reads would be provided if a student ever felt uncomfortable with a text. What justifies the removal of the only book in the AP Lit curriculum from a Latinx point of view? It is critical for students to read from varying perspectives, especially at a time when immigrant voices are being silenced. If Mr. Bing was truly concerned about student mental health, why weren't other pieces of literature also removed? Seniors in Literature and Philosophy Honors read the Hamlet scene in which Ophelia commits suicide the same week Oscar Wilde was censored. Freshmen often read Romeo and Juliet, which romanticizes suicide. The Brief Wondrous Life of Oscar Wilde does not. Studies have shown that fiction providing a compelling rationale or romantic meaning for suicide can lower barriers for imitation, but the empirical base is very thin for novels compared to screen media. A Pulitzer Prize-winning novel is not the root of the mental health crisis you speak of. Finally, this novel does not promote suicide. Ms. Martling prompted a discussion in which we debated whether Oscar jumped from the barricade to commit suicide or to prove to himself that the magical savior existed. Our class conclusion was that he did not jump with the intention of ending his life, but to prove that the magic was real. This scene is a plot point, not a major theme. We came to this conclusion because the discussion was held in a classroom environment with a skilled teacher that urges us to analyze trauma correctly and completely. Mr. Bing and Ms. Ackley, I ask that you take accountability for your mistake and maintain open communication with students and teachers before making decisions for them and without them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speak will be Caroline Shaw.
Yeah, it's on. Yeah. Okay. Good evening. My name is Caroline Shaw. I am a captain of the CHS track team, and I have participated in track and cross country for all 4 years of high school. I'm here to address the non-renewal of Coach Simon's contract for the spring season and the refusal to rehire Coach Johnson. Coach Simon and Coach Johnson have coached Columbia track and cross country for 3.5 years. During that time, they have taken responsibility for nearly every aspect of the program. Coach Simon communicates all practice schedules and meet information through detailed Google Docs and Google Classroom updates. His organization, when it comes to meet prep and weekly schedules, is unmatched, not only by other coaches in the program, but by coaches across the sport. He consistently goes above and beyond to make sure that every athlete is prepared and every athlete feels included. Replacing our coaches in the middle of the year is deeply disruptive and inconsiderate of both their time and ours. and have left us with many questions about the future of this team. As of now, we have no clear plan on how the athletes that qualified for our most important meets are expected to continue, and no plan for the upcoming spring season that begins in less than 2 weeks. Coach Simon has been more accessible than any faculty member I have encountered at Columbia. He responds to emails and Google Classroom messages within minutes, and as a substitute teacher at Columbia High School, he is available to athletes in person throughout the school day. As far as accessibility goes, I am far more concerned with the accessibility of the athletic director, whom our team has been reaching out to via email for months concerning the senior banners, which families paid $60 for that were never received nor displayed. By replacing Simon, you jeopardize the entire structure of the team. Regardless of who is hired as a replacement, this abrupt change undermines the consistency and stability that Coach Simon and Coach Johnson have built over their 11 seasons. It will be extremely difficult to replace a coach who was named Essex County Coach of the Year 2 years in a row, who consistently gave far more to this program that was ever required of him or he was compensated for. Further, I am incredibly disappointed with the athletic department's role in the situation. I'm disheartened that the resources have been distributed so unequally and the lack of communication between the athletic director and the track coaches, parents, and athletes. Because of these funding disparities, the Track Parents Association has had to assume additional responsibilities to ensure that athletes can attend competitive meets. The decision to renew Coach Simon's contract and not rehire Coach Johnson has blindsided the coaches who were only informed of this yesterday and is inconsiderate of the athletes, parents, and other coaches who rely on their leadership. This action does not serve in the best interest of the track program. It felt spiteful and irrational and reflects poorly on the athletic department.
Thank you, Caroline.
Hi, I'm Alice Vitale. I believe you skipped my name on the list. Should be after Izzy Sandoval.
You're exactly correct. Thank you very
Thanks.
much. Thanks, Alice.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Alice Vitale. I live in South Orange, and I'm a student from Miss Martling's AP English Lit class at Columbia. I'm here to talk about the ban that was placed on The Brief Wondrous Life of Oscar Wilde by English supervisor Miss Suzanne Ackley. As a student and a passion reader, I'm hoping to talk about what went wrong, what has not yet been corrected, and how we can move forward to address these issues, because I'm sure we'd all like to get SOMSD back on track. When I first got the syllabus for this course, I was really excited to read this book. I was really excited to see some of my own mental health struggles represented in text as complex, human, and worthy of serious discussion in a classroom like ours. The targeted removal of this book did a great job at further stigmatizing the very issues that this district is currently attempting to quell by shutting down an academic discussion for students. You've probably heard that the ban has been partially lifted by Superintendent Bing through this opt-in policy after our petition. However, no one from the CHS or SOMSD administration has actually lifted the directive to stop teaching officially, nor has anyone been forthcoming with students, parents, or the instructor about the specifics of this policy. Our emails to various administrators are offering us few to no answers, and it's looking a lot like Superintendent Bing and others related are running down the clock on this issue. Due to the format of our curriculum and the early May AP exam date, if we don't start reading this book around March 16th, we will not be able to fit it into our curriculum. We are here seeking your help in expediting this process with whatever pressure or administrative capabilities are available to you. We want A, the directive to stop teaching Oscar Wilde rescinded, and B, some clear communication with teachers, students, and the instructor. The amount of lies, I'm sorry, that's not a very nice word, but I can't find another word for it, that we've been told to our faces throughout this entire ordeal has been kind of baffling. Here's a few. We were told that the book is available in the school library. It's not. We were told that there were always copies, there was always an option for an opt-in available. There was not. We were told that administrators were communicating with the instructor based on everyone's collective cluelessness. I can safely say they were not. We are all incredibly disheartened that in this attempt to protect students' needs, the students were not actually heard anywhere from start to finish. Going forward, we really hope that this district and administration will uplift student voices and include us in conversations that involve our well-being. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next public speaks will be Audrey Marvel.
Hi, I'm Audrey Marvel, South Orange, New Jersey. I'm a captain and member of the Columbia Cross Country track and field teams, and I'm here to ask that you will vote to renew the contracts of Coach Salmon and Coach Johnson. Coach Simon's dedication is unlike anything I've ever witnessed. He juggles an overwhelming amount of responsibility, sacrificing his own time and even his meals during meets so that he can focus on every single athlete. I've seen him stay up incredibly late, responding to athletes, finishing meet logistics, and creating resources for the team, even ahead of his own classwork. What matters most is not just how hard he works, but how intentionally he supports us. When he notices someone is struggling, he adjusts workouts and he follows up because he knows us and we trust him. And Coach Johnson has been just as impactful. He's incredibly reasonable, understanding, and always willing to help, whether it's an injury, a concern, or any problem an athlete might face. He's an incredible depth of knowledge when it comes to keeping athletes healthy and strong. Coach Johnson cares about the mental health of each athlete, and he understands that running is not just physical. He takes the time to check in and support athletes as individuals. At the same time, he's ambitious for the team, and he wants to see us succeed. His balance of competitiveness and compassion is irreplaceable. Together, these coaches create an environment where athletes stay. I've seen new runners gain confidence because someone believed in them, and I've heard athletes repeatedly say they dislike running, but return season after season because of the team atmosphere. And that level of retention and growth doesn't happen by accident. Removing these coaches might mean losing years of institutional knowledge. No new coach, no matter how qualified, can replace their trust overnight, especially at the start of the largest season of the year. This program succeeds not just because of results, but because athletes are listened to, supported, and challenged appropriately. Coach Simon and Coach Johnson provide that balance every day. The heart of this program and its continued success depends on these coaches. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I'm just going to reiterate what we said at the start of the meeting when I got that thunderous applause that I'll never forget. 4918 is a modification where Ryan Arman adding as assistant boys outdoor varsity coach in the resolution. 4919 adding Mr. Simon as head coach varsity boys outdoor track. And adding Michael Johnson, assistant girls varsity outdoor track coach. So those are the revisions that will be made on the resolutions when they're read. Well done, by the way, by everybody who spoke.
Yeah, and that's subject to a vote later in this meeting. And everyone who has a public speaks is welcome to make their public speaks. If you choose to not make it for whatever reason, that's also fine. Our next public speaks is Gwendolyn Butkus.
Hi, Gwendolyn Butkus, Maplewood. Hi, my name is Gwendolyn Butkus. I'm a senior at Columbia High School. I've been on the varsity track and cross country team for 11 seasons, and I've been a captain for 5 seasons. I have run every season under the coaching of Alex Simon, with the majority with Michael Johnson. Superintendent Bing, I am publicly requesting a meeting with you and the captains of all other sports at CHS regarding many unaddressed issues, such as the funding of uniforms and media day. We are not the only sports to have complaints, and I don't have faith that they will be addressed from inside the high school. While we tried to raise some concerns before, the athletic director personally told me and the other fall sports captains that she will not read or respond to emails from students or parents. After claims of a captains group that in captains' monthly meetings never became a reality, I really don't think underclassmen should have hopes from the promised new uniforms if I have been running in the same uniform for 4 years. I understand there is pressure to employ coaches from within the district. While I am not doubting their capability, the current 2 coaches listed for spring track do not work within the district, so I don't find school employment to be a valid reason from the athletic director. The relay that I am on and a part of Nike Indoor Nationals has no way to contact Coach Simon, so while some claim he is still our winter coach, he's been effectively removed mid-season. Coach Simon and Johnson have successfully managed over 100 athletes per season of track and field, with the most athletes attending state finals, nationals, and Penn relays since USA National head coach Lisa Morgan was responsible for the team at CHS. I hold this Board of Education, as well as the athletic director, responsible for the dismissal of my coach, a coach who was named Coach of the Year for Essex County for 50% of his career at Columbia High School. I'm hopeful that we receive an adequate coaching staff, considering we only have 3 coaches for over 100 athletes. Superintendent Bing, I look forward to our meeting. Thank you.
Next is Levi Tabor K.
My name is Levi Tabor Kone, and I'm a junior on the Columbia track team and a 3-year member captain for cross country and track and field. The past 3 years, this team have been shaped by both Coach Simon and Coach Johnson. Both of these coaches taught me some of the most important lessons that I need to know for track and field. Coach Simon and Coach Johnson's roles to the team are fundamental, and firing them would take away the opportunity for many underclassmen to compete, as they create opportunities for everybody to train, not just the most advanced. Moreover, while both of the coaches actively teach our athletes a lot of fundamental skills for running and competing, the work behind the scenes often goes unnoticed. Coach Simon handles the logistics of every meet. This winter, we're sending over a dozen athletes to New York to compete at Nike Indoor Nationals. And Coach Simon was the one who was able to register every athlete for their assigned event, a complicated process even for a coach who knows the system. Coach Simon and Coach Johnson create every workout and every training schedule for the team captains for each discipline group. This includes year-round training for every season and every block of the season that every athlete follows. Removing our coaches would mean we'd have to make a new training schedule for every athlete while working alongside a new head coach with no prior existence leading a team. Lastly, Simon and Johnson both know our team better than any coaches, than anybody stepping in to take their positions. Both coaches take their time with every athlete to understand not only their needs as an athlete, but who they are as a person. Coach Simon creates the lineup for every meet we go to for cross country, winter, and spring track. He constructs every relay and every individual race for invitationals, championships, and even national competitions. On top of his work in getting our athletes into competitive meets like the famous Milrose Games and Penn Relays. This weekend, we're sending over a dozen athletes to compete at the NJSIA Group 4 State Championships. And the weekend after that, we're going to be competing in the NJSIA Meet of Champions, working towards putting Columbia on the map. But now we're going to have to do that without our head coaches. Without Coach Simon and Coach Johnson, there'd be no Columbia track and field. And I urge the board to override the athletics director's decision and reinstate our coaches. Thank you.
Next, we have Kevin Roth-Devis.
Hi, I'm Kevin Roth-Devis, and I'm from Maplewood, and I'm a senior at Columbia. Last season, during a leadership summit, the athletic director talked to the track captains about our decline in legacy and how we were undeniably the best in the state under Coach Morgan, giving a slight insult to our team as a whole, but also comparing our coaches to one of the best to ever touch track and field. After undermining their personal accomplishments and progress through their coaching years, the AD continued with, "Where are you guys going wrong?" Our main answer was that during training, we had to either train inside the school where we ran circles in the hard school floor, or outside where we were more vulnerable to cramps and injuries. With this information, we were given a 3 to 4 foot wide mat, which covered half of a hallway, which is about a sixth of our training area. Seeing that I'm in a knee brace right now, that could be an indicator to how effective that mat is. But we are grateful, and I hope that our accomplishments will be better recognized and rewarded in the future. Our real answer to where are we going wrong? Nowhere. For the last 3 years, us athletes, and especially our coaches, have done what we could with everything that we've been given, earning many bronze, silver, gold, even national medals hanging in many of our rooms, and plaques and trophies in our little field house at Underhill. And it's all thanks to Coach Simon and Coach Johnson. And if effort, growth, and success are failures, then the failure was never theirs. It would be on those who fail to recognize or support it. Thank you.
Next, Amanda Mullen. Amanda Mullen.
My name is Amelia Mullen, and I'm from Maple.
Thank you, Amelia.
No problem. Good evening. My name is Amelia Mullen, and I live in Maplewood, and I'm a sophomore at CHS. I've been a part of the cross country and track and field programs since my freshman year. I'm here tonight to share my disappointment that Coach Simon and Coach Johnson's contracts were not going to be renewed, but my relief that that decision has changed. Since my first season, both coaches have been nothing but supportive of me, of our programs, and most importantly, of every single athlete on the team. I still remember freshman year when Coach Johnson gave me the encouragement that we needed to finish our first 5K, and that Coach Simon was always there talking us through every lap of the race and pushing us to do our best. Even on days when I felt like my race didn't go the way I wanted, I could count on Coach Simon to be waiting at the finish line with a fist bump and a smile. Our coaches are the backbone of our team. They help make CHS cross country and track and field such a positive, uplifting, and fun community to be a part of. I honestly don't think I'd be as dedicated to the sport or love it as much as I do without them. Thank you for your time, and please continue to listen to the voices of student athletes and parents who are asking for these amazing coaches to stay. We need Coach Simon and Coach Johnson to keep leading our teams, cheering us on through tough races, and being there at the end with that same fist bump and smile. Thank you.
Next, we have Katie Calhoun.
My name is Katie Calhoun. I live in South Orange. I'm a sophomore in high school, and when I joined cross country last year as a freshman, I didn't expect anything to come from it and was simply doing it to condition for my other sport. I hardly worked at all, didn't care, and didn't do anything that would make a regular coach believe in me at all. However, Coach Simon and Coach Johnson did. Even though I hated running, did the bare minimum, and planned to quit after one season, they worked with me on a lot of things, answering any questions I had and adjusting my training so that I could reach my peak fitness. When I started seeing results, it helped me realize the impact that dedication can have on the things that you want. Earlier this indoor season, I was at a point where I had hit a wall and I wasn't racing well at all. When I felt that it was my fault, I met with Coach Simon, and he was able to help me identify the issues, as well as remind me that a bad race is typical in this sport, putting everything into perspective. Track is a sport that is very difficult, both mentally and physically, and due to that, the right coach is vital. Countless people, including myself, would have quit under those situations if it weren't for the coaching in the program. Now, I love track, and I love running every single day due to the lessons that it has taught me. I truly believe in my heart that joining the cross-country team was one of, if not the best decision I've ever made. I cannot stress enough how much track has changed my life, and how much that was due to the incredible coaching staff that we have at Columbia in Coach Simon and Coach Johnson. I understand that it is convenient for both the administration and the athletes if the coach is a teacher at the school. However, I have been an athlete for most of my life and played under countless coaches, and none of them have ever been more passionate about their team than Coach Simon. With no exaggeration, I have never waited for more than 3 minutes for a message back from Coach Simon, even if I was messaging him after midnight. Therefore, I really see no world where contact would be an issue. Finally, Columbia Athletics often uses the phrase, "we win." In order for us to win, we need Coach Simon and Coach Johnson. Thank you.
Next, we have Jane Moffett.
Hi, I'm Jane Moffett. I'm from South Orange. I'd first like to start by addressing my sincere gratitude for your reconsideration of the rehiring of Coach Simon and Coach Johnson. However, I'd like to address a more underlying issue that a lot of my fellow athletes have been hinting at. I'd like to start with what Kevin said about how the athletic director said we were on a decline, and I'd like to deliver you some numbers. On January 21st, 2026, the Columbia boys won the 2026 Essex County Outdoor title. Previously, we went 12 years without winning a boys county team title. He was named Coach of the Year by the Essex County Track Coaches Association for 2 consecutive years, but sure, Coach Morgan is better. He built the distance program from the ground up, having a freshman ranked 3rd in the nation in his first year of coaching. From 2023 to 2026, 2 freshmen were top 20 in the country for distance events. From 2010 to 2022, 0 freshmen made top 20. On behalf of the Columbia High School track team, we have witnessed the athletic director severely mismanage the athletic department and this situation. During my time in this track program, Coach Simon and Coach Johnson have managed to effectively coach and care for the over 100 students and the parents that are a part of this program. It is unfair for them to be penalized because their accomplishments refuse to be addressed because of the ignorance of the athletic director. Thank you.
Our next public speaks will be Christina Tabor-Kuhn.
Good evening. My name is Christina Tabor-Kuhn. I'm a parent in the district. I have 4 students who've come through the district, and 2 of them are on the track and cross-country teams, including my son Levi, who just spoke. I had a whole speech ready, but what I really want to say is a little bit different. I work in college admissions, and so I spend my time advising high schoolers on how to get into college and how to make their next step successful. And we have a lot of data around what makes a college experience successful, and that is connecting with somebody, connecting with an administrator, connecting with a professor. It's the same is true as our high school students. I've seen that with my own children. And I remember something that I think about almost daily. My first year as a parent on the team, when Levi was a freshman, at the awards banquet, there were multiple young people who got up and said, "These are my dads. These are the people who've raised me. These are the people who've mentored me and taught me what it is to be an athlete and a person." My own kids have a dad at home, but these kids found something in those coaches that they didn't find somewhere else, just as my own children have found wonderful mentors on the team and with teachers and administrators in this district. So I am so grateful to see that our coaches have been put back on the agenda for a vote, and I just want to encourage the board to reinstate them. We need them, we love them, we appreciate them, and as you can see, I don't speak for myself, I speak for all of our students. Thank you.
And I want to note, we will get to all of the non-students. This was marked, but we will be getting to everyone else shortly. Our next student public speaks is Jeremy Crawford. Crawford.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Crawford. I'm a junior at Columbia High School. I'm from Maplewood. I wanted to, instead of just to talk about Coach Simon, I wanted to give you an anecdote about my experiences with Coach Simon and Coach Johnson. This is my 3rd year as a part of the track and field program. If I had tried out for any other team or any other track and field program at any other school, I would have been advised to quit and not made the team. I made countless mistakes during tryouts. My registration was a week late, but Coach Simon gave me a chance. I was slower than anybody else on the team. I believe I still have the slowest time trial recorded to date. Coach Simon, and then after that season, I told Coach Simon I was going to quit running because I didn't do anything that whole year. But when the next season started, Coach Simon told me what happened last year was last year, and all that matters now is you give it your all. My entire sophomore year was fraught with injuries, and after another attempt to quit, he talked for me for a while, and he convinced me to join the cross-country team and train over the summer. Yet again, I found myself injured for the entire cross-country season and the first 2 months of winter track. Coach Simon and Coach Johnson worked with me and allowed me to stay on the team and attend every single practice and meet that I could while I was hurt. Since his initial decision to allow me to remain on the team, I went from possibly the slowest person ever to join the team to receiving my varsity letter and competing at several county championship level meets. Our team has several people preparing for group, state, and national level championships at this very moment, not to mention the entire spring season. So when I found out that Coach Simon's contract was not renewed, I was baffled. Many athletes have strong connections with these coaches. To sever these connections now of all times would be akin to severing someone's vocal cords and telling them to perform an opera. The only news that I've heard from the school on this matter is that they wish to replace our incredible coaches with the teacher from the school to facilitate easier communication between the athletes and coaches. I can say with certainty that it is easier to communicate with Coach Simon than it is to my teachers in my regular classes. I have become both a better runner and a better person under Coach Simon. There's much more I could say about them, but I'll leave it here. I'm incredibly grateful to my coaches, and I hope that you can find it in you to be grateful to their work too.
Next, we have Julius Marshall.
So I'm Julius. I'm from South Orange. So Coach Simon was a very good leader and for me in track and cross country. He always had information. He was the most trustworthy coach that he was always like very flexible. He was always encouraging me a lot in like the 800, mostly the 400 that I dropped. He developed very healthy relationship between me, my parents, and all of the members of the team. We felt very supportive by Coach Simon, and when things was going well, he still supported, and when things did not go well, he still supported me, and he made many of us successful. For example, Jeremy was like a very, like I personally, I went like through with him and like we practiced a lot together. So I was like very a mentor to Jeremy too. And when many other teams were like complaining about like the tough schedules, he still went smoothly through all of the schedule for winter. So our team ran very smoothly because of Coach Simon. Thank you.
Next, we have Riley Rucker.
My name is Riley Rucker. I'm from Maplewood, and I'm a senior. I've been running track since my sophomore year. The very first day, I remember going on my run and looking to my side to see Coach Simon running as well with another kid that was new to track. And first, I was like, what is this guy doing? I also thought that was the moment I knew what kind of person he was. Coach Simon has always been a welcoming, considerate, and dedicated coach to me and the track program. He always made Google spreadsheets, sent out reminders, schedules way beforehand, showing how organized he is and how much work he puts into this program. You would see Coach Simon running back and forth at meets like a maniac, making sure he didn't miss anyone's race. I remember checking Strava, a running app, and seeing him tag along miles and miles just from that running back and forth at meets. If this doesn't show dedication, I don't know what does. Although he wasn't the loudest coach on the sideline, he was always there. He didn't have to be loud to motivate me. I knew I could count on him to be there even if no one else was watching, and that was what gave me motivation. Knowing that there was someone out there who believed in me, especially when my parents couldn't make their race, was the best thing. I would always see him off to the side, counting my time, giving me advice if needed. His presence was comforting. Every time I asked him what pace I should run at in workouts, what time I should be looking at to hit for races, I always would look at him like he was crazy. He always had high expectations for me, and it pushed me to be better and gave me the confidence I needed. Soccer is my main sport, and he always jokes that I should quit soccer when it interfered with track. And although I would never actually do that, I value that he saw me as a big part of the program. Although Coach Johnson wasn't my direct coach because I'm a long-distance runner, he never failed to recognize me and give me confidence as well. I didn't need to be a sprinter to realize how much Coach Johnson adds to this program also. He always made me and other kids laugh and put on a smile on everyone's face with his personality. I always saw how he believed in runners, and he always congratulated me and others. If I'm not mistaken, the Columbia High School track team is one of the best programs out of all the sports programs here. Our program has broken countless records, earned many county championships, and I truly believe that could not have been possible without these two coaches. I have been doing track for 2 years now, and I've seen the growth, the potential it continues to fulfill every year, and the program that they built. I signed up for track, but I can say that I won't be there if they won't either. And I know other kids won't as well. I can't see a program without these two, without their personalities that make the program what it is. If you take away good coaches, you take away a good program.
Next, we have Theo Galkin.
My name is Theo Galkin. I'm a senior here at Columbia High School. I met Alex Simon exactly 2 weeks before the first day of my freshman year here. I was extremely adamant about the fact that I did not want to run cross country. Why would I run for fun? What kind of a person does that? That was 4 years ago, and I have since ran every single season of running available to me. Alex Simon is and has been one of the true constants in my life. If you have had any doubts up until now about Alex Simon's ability or his impact on the Columbia High School track team, I'm sure they have been settled. I personally have watched him take this team from nothing to a high school dynasty, a team that wins championships, a team that commands respect. Under Coach Simon, I've made some of my closest friends, people I would consider brothers, people who are still here and people who have graduated, who I'm sure you will hear from fairly soon. There is not a single doubt in my mind that Alex Simon's relentless support is the backbone of these excellent people. And all I'm really here to say is that I dare you to find a coach in Columbia High School who cares half as much as Coach Alex Simon does. And I would bet money that you can't. There is no track and field program without Coach Alex Simon and Coach Johnson. Thank you.
Just want to express in regards to Theo, we're not endorsing gambling. Correct, Theo? Just checking.
Our next public speaks is Abraham Hoffman.
I'm Abraham Hoffman. Oh, yeah. I am Abraham Hoffman. I'm a junior here at Columbia High School, and I live in Maplewood. And I'm here to also speak about the reinstatement of Coach Simon and Coach Johnson as the track coaches for Columbia High School. When I got here as a freshman, the first days of practice, they were there for me, and any run I would go on, they helped me through it, and they made sure I was always felt like a part of the team. And when they got here, the team was not as good as it is now, and they were the ones who really built it up. And they built up a great culture for the team too. Is we had other teams asking us at meets, "How is your team so close? How is it such a great family?" And it's because of Coach Simon and Coach Johnson. They've really built up the team to be what it is today, where people come back every season, not just because they love the sport, but because they love the community of the team, and because Alex Simon and Coach Johnson are the best coaches that they have at the school. And other people have already talked about how they made the numbers faster and how Coach Simon is named Coach of the Year, but the most important thing is that they really are just here for everyone on the team, and they want to see everyone succeed, not just those who are at the top. And that's why we've won not just the varsity, but we've won the freshman and the JV titles at the county championships cross country the last 3 years, because they care for everyone on the team, not just those at the very top. Thank you for your time.
Our next is Leo Clint.
Hey, how's it going? My name is Leo Clint. I'm a senior at the cross country and track and field program. As someone whose first year was the same as Simon's coaching at Columbia, I'm glad I've gotten the experience to grow with him as an athlete and as a coach mutually. The success that I and all the teammates have had wouldn't have been possible without him. What brought us so much success is just his encouragement, his positivity, his adversity through tough meets, and to have him not working at the program anymore, there will be a lack of structure, and his full involvement has been crucial to the organization of this team. The success we've had over the years goes to show how effective he is as a coach. For example, people mentioned this earlier. This is the first time that's happened in program history. We won counties 3 years in a row on the boys' side for cross country. And not having his contract removed, especially right now, at a crucial time in the season, the postseason, at a time we need him most, it hurts our progress and it breaks a bond that has been really important to our running careers and has really built us up to what we are today. And I think he's molded so many of our careers, and to be where we are right now wouldn't be possible without him. Thank you.
Next is Harry Gottlieb.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Harry Gottlieb. I'm a sophomore from South Orange, New Jersey. First off, I would like to urge you to reinstate Coach Simon and Coach Johnson. Coach Simon and Coach Johnson are the most supportive coaches I've ever had, and they have encouraged me to push myself all the time. And even when I get injured, they make sure I take the proper steps to recover. As a freshman, it was my first year in the district, and they helped me feel like I belonged and was a part of the team. The coaches were so impactful that some of the students here made a movie about him for their film theory class. Earlier today, me and some of my friends went on a run to spell out Simon in honor of him. It was uphill and downhill for 4.5 miles, and yeah. I would like to urge you again to reinstate Coach Simon and Coach Johnson. I know it means a lot to me and to all the people here for them. Thank you.
We have 2 more online student public speaks. First is Caroline Shaw.
We already spoke in person.
Did she? All right, thank you. Thank you, Caroline. Next, Alexander Matty.
That student is not online.
Okay, that concludes the student public speaks portion of the meeting.
Why don't people vote? Vote now.
Yeah. We'll next move to approve our board meeting minutes from our reorganization meeting on January 5th, 2026, and our board meeting and executive session from our regular meeting on January 29th, 2026. May I have a motion to approve? Callahan, second? Second, Gable? All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion carries unopposed. And now we will move to our student updates.
Thank you. First of all, I kind of just want to reiterate what the students brought to the board about the book ban. I think that if we're a school district that prides ourselves on learning diverse, difficult topics instead of straying away from them out of fear, I think that discussing and reading difficult topics is an essential part of fulfilling that wish. And I think that the most effective way to address student mental health struggles is not to silence them, but to bring those perspectives to light and show students who may be struggling that they're not alone. And I think that students should feel free to discuss mental health struggles in a safe environment, which includes
Scarlett, just pull the mic down a little.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you.
Which includes Miss Martling's AP Lit class. I also want to provide a little update about our internship program. We're getting a software developed for it, and that is going very well. We should have a base project done by the end of March. So we're excited about that, and I'll hand it to Penn.
Yes, the internship program is looking extremely positive. Yeah, many good things. I am incredibly grateful, as well as the track athletes that are here tonight, to show support for the program. I am incredibly grateful by the board's decision regarding Coach Simon and Coach Johnson. I don't want that point to get lost in my following statement. Regardless of the final decision about the coaches, deeply concerning was the lack of transparency by the district and the athletic department regarding the situation that was going on prior. Students woke up this morning to student group chats and rumors that their coaches were fired. Communication lines were cut for spring track. The Google Classroom was deleted. You know, scheduling for meets in the spring was totally in limbo. And again, I want to reiterate, I'm incredibly grateful by the decision that was made tonight. That doesn't go lost. This joins a pattern at Columbia this year where there's been a mismanagement of certain athletics programs and a lack of communication by the athletics department. And to provide a glaring example of this, I'm a captain of the Columbia wrestling team. In November, we faced a similar situation, and we lost our coach we lost our head coach, Mike Friedman, who's the district coach of the year. We lost him a few weeks before the season started. And similar scenario, a lot of questions, no answers. You know, no email communications we heard the night of. We woke up the next morning confused. Luckily, we were able to find a coach in time. Unfortunately, the decision regarding Coach Friedman was not reversed as it was here. And, you know, the team went on to compete this season and began the season, you know, a little confused and worried about their future. And so I asked the board and the rest of the room a few questions in now seeing a pattern in our district. Why should skilled coaches come to Columbia High School? Why should they want to coach at Columbia High School if they do not feel respected, if they do not feel protected by their athletics department and by their board? Similarly, why should elite athletes who plan to go to college for athletics and have a very bright future in athletics compete for Columbia High School when they cannot be certain that they will be adequately supported? And not by the coaches, by the athletics department, because their coach's fate is in question, right? And to go back to the example with the wrestling program, is we lost arguably the greatest coach in Columbia history. And along with him went the greatest wrestler in Columbia history. And I am certain that if we continue this pattern where coaches are not respected, that we will also lose our elite talent in the athletics programs at Columbia. And, you know, that's bad. That's in the next few years, if this pattern continues, once our students graduate, kids are no longer incentivized to participate in those programs, again, because they do not feel adequately supported. And so, to end, I'm glad the current crisis was averted, but I want the board and I want the athletics department to think about how to answer my last question, which is how can students, families, and how can coaches and staff be certain that this pattern will not continue into the future? And an answer is not expected tonight, although it would be nice. But Scarlett and I are going to now prioritize these issues because this pattern has happened again. This it's happened again. And we need to focus more attention with the board and with the athletics department in ensuring this doesn't happen into the future and continuing to voice student concerns and student advocacy for their programs, not only when we're in crisis. We shouldn't hear about all the great things about our coaches only once they're gone. We should be continuously hearing about them so that it's school pride, so that we can be proud of our athletics program, so that students can be proud that they're part of those athletics programs. And so Scarlett and I are going to be heavily prioritizing that into the future. So does the board have any questions or comments regarding that?
Yes, I'm fine with heavily, but heavily, I'm going to have an issue with. So we're going to need to talk after this.
Perfect. Yeah.
That is, so for those of you who don't know what their responsibility is, just give them a little spiel about, you know, what your job is here, why we started having student reps, and I think more folks need to be informed.
Yeah, our job is to voice the concerns of the student body. So, anything to add?
Not much more to say.
So for our students out there, so they're our liaison to you guys. So they're very good at bringing stuff to the table. We also have small group meetings, but they've been wonderful in regards to bringing stuff to the table. So those are individuals you need to contact if something pops up or you want brought it to the board's attention. Those two are the ones you reach out to.
Please, and we highly encourage student emails and contact directly. It really helps us, present the best things and represent the voices better. So, thank you.
Any questions? Board Member Brown.
I just want to thank you both for being so courageous and brave tonight. It's not easy giving constructive criticism, especially in a public forum. So thank you for your candor.
Yeah. Also, thank you for the students who spoke.
I was going to say that too. It's kind of amazing to see the amount of student engagement and how many people truly care, and it also reflects on how great the coaches and teachers are in our school district. And I do want to thank every student here who spoke.
Yeah.
Just real quick, we always get speakers. I do want to shout out great eye contact by everyone who spoke. Honestly, wonderful eye contact with everybody who came up and spoke. Nice job.
Any more questions for student representatives? No? Hearing none, we'll turn to our superintendent's update.
Okay. Want to point out a few dates we have coming up, our district-wide strategic plan, and I'm glad we have some students here. There is a sign-up on our website for strategic plan construction. This is the first time the district will be creating a 5-year strategic plan for the future in about a decade. So we got a lot of adults that have signed up, but we're more than open to students as well. You'll find it on the front page. You can register. There'll be 3 sessions. You do not need to attend every session. There'll be different folks at every session really working on some key questions and key themes for the district's future. So I encourage anyone to sign up for strategic planning. Those dates are March 16th at 6:30. These are all at the high school library, media center. March 16th at 6:30, April 15th at 6:30 p.m., and May 11th also at 6:30 p.m. They will be facilitated by the New Jersey School Boards Association. We want to also shout out a mental health community town hall we'll be holding on March 19th at 6:30. We'll be having a panel of experts. You'll be seeing those invites coming out mid next week, and that workshop will kick off into a variety of workshops around mental health throughout the remainder of the year. So look for that as well on the website. I do want to talk about Black History Month. February has been a meaningful and inspiring month across the South Orange Maplewood School District as we proudly celebrated Black History Month. Throughout our schools, students and staff engaged in thoughtful learning experiences that honored the achievements, resilience, and contributions of Black Americans past and present. At South Orange Middle School, the school community had a beautifully produced student showcase entitled My Black is Beautiful, led by Principal Lynn Irby Hill. The program highlighted the voices, talents, and pride of our students through powerful performances, reflections, and artistic expression. It was an uplifting celebration that affirmed identity, culture, and excellence while bringing families and staff together in appreciation and unity. At Seth Boyden Elementary School, students proudly presented their Black History Month Gallery of Heroes. The school was transformed into a living museum with students researching and showcasing influential Black leaders, innovators, artists, and trailblazers from across history. Through biographical displays, creating creative visuals, and oral presentations, students demonstrated both academic depth and personal connection to the individuals they studied. The Gallery of Heroes not only honored the remarkable contributions of Black Americans, but also inspired our students to see themselves as future leaders and change makers in their own right. Every school had wonderful events around Black History Month. Throughout the district, there were great things going on. For student, staff, and the community, its importance boils down to really three core pillars, and that's visibility, truth, and belonging, right? Black History Month really relies on those three pillars. Why it matters to us, moving beyond the highlights that I just mentioned, in many traditional curricula, Black history is often condensed into a few specific names and events. Black History Month provides a necessary space for districts to dive deeper. It's an opportunity to move beyond the greatest hits version of history and explore the complex, nuanced contributions of Black scientists, artists, and thinkers who shaped our world today. Fostering a culture of belonging. When students see the heritage reflected in the hallways and the lesson plans, it validates their identity. A district that prioritizes this month sends a clear message that Black history is American history, that American history is Black history. This fosters a sense of psychological safety and belonging. Cultivating empathy and critical thinking. For students of all backgrounds, studying the struggles and triumphs of the Black community is an exercise in empathy. It challenges them to think critically about justice, resilience, and the ongoing work of building an equitable society. It transforms history from a list of dates into a living lesson on civic responsibility. Ultimately, the goal of any school district shouldn't be to finish Black history on March 1st. That's not our goal. But to use February as a catalyst for more inclusive curriculum that lasts all year long. We do want to shout out our Columbia boys basketball team. I was going to shout out their win over West Orange, but they also won tonight. Seeded number 9, they beat us a number 8 seed. So congratulations to the boys basketball. Also, obviously, congratulations, they won the Essex County Invitational Tournament. Big win for them. So big props. Real quick, I also want to shout out the girls basketball team that has made a transformation within the shortest period of time. Most rebuilding and most transformations in sports. Being a former collegiate athlete takes anywhere from 3 to 5 years. So I send out the greatest kudos to this girls basketball team that has gone from a losing record to posting the Cougars' most winningest season since 2010. Shout out to the girls. That really is an amazing, forget about winning tournaments, they're wonderful, but the fact that you could transition from a difficult season and now the most winning season in the history over the last 20 years is quite amazing. So big props to the team and the coaches. I do also want to talk about the girls fencing team that won the South Sectional Championship. I don't think their performance, teamwork, and dedication can be talked about enough. If you haven't had the chance of seeing a match, it's amazing. So a great job by our girls fencing team. Also, boys fencing team, I want to shout out that they beat Milburn last night in a nail-biter of a match. Came down to the last minute, last second shot. So I do also want to shout out our boys fencing team. Both the girls and boys teams are in the state finals. So congratulations to both teams. I also want to talk about Maplewood Middle School, Joseph and the amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, for those of you who had the chance to see it, or who I'm seeing a lot of high school folks who have been in plays at Maplewood Middle School. It was an amazing show. Maplewood Middle School delivered a vibrant, energetic production that reminded us of how to navigate life's amazing surprises with creativity and heart. Huge congratulations to the talented students and dedicated staff who brought it to life. Those plays, especially musicals, are extremely difficult. It takes a village to bring those together. So great job by Maplewood Middle School. Also, I want to shout out that as we transition from February into March, the South Orange Maplewood School District will also participate in the International Global Day of Unplugging on March 6th, which is a half day. This initiative encourages students and staff to intentionally step away from screens and reconnect with one another and the world around them. In an age of constant connectivity, taking time to unplug supports mental health, strengthens relationships, improves focus, and promotes overall well-being. We look forward to engaging our community in meaningful offline activities that reinforce balance, mindfulness, and healthy technological habits. The district will be observing this day in March. On March 6th, we'll be working in collaboration with both our municipal libraries and also Team Unscreen. So look for more information around that. I also want to give a very, very big call out to our facilities department. For those of you who don't know, when snowstorms come, especially the last one of such ferocity, our guys stay overnight and work anywhere from 24 to 36 hours straight, sleeping in the facilities office or sleeping somewhere in one of our buildings, taking about 3 hours sleep naps, getting back up and working again on clearing the snow, clearing the ice, making sure the roads are salted and making sure everything is safe for our arrival. So while we were at home counting the inches of snow that were come down, and some of us unfortunately shoveling a lot, these guys and gals literally worked for 36 hours straight trying to clean up our schools and our sidewalks. So I want to give them a huge shout out. I also want to shout out our two towns, because the DPWs in both towns worked flawlessly with our crew and our guys. So I want to thank both the towns for all their hard work and everything they have done around these last storms. So thank you so very much. And finally, I do want to talk about AP Lit quickly. We do want to note that the novel wasn't banned, that families in the AP Lit were given the option to opt in, as noted. I'm going to speak personally. I actually have that we wanted. I'm going to use the word I. I wanted assurances that our families knew the content of the novel. We had I think a 90% turnout when we had our meetings with parents virtually. So I want to thank the parents for showing out. As noted, and I think was mentioned, aside from some really tough tragedies, we have also seen a large spike in self-harm numbers in the district. We've been tracking those since we started. That is something we are working on, and we will soon be getting our student councils involved in that work as well. The mental health workshop that I mentioned earlier, March 19th, will be part of launching around our focus on mental health. It's something that we really believe, looking at our data, looking at what we're seeing, needs to be a focus for us moving forward, and not just this year, but moving forward throughout the next few years. So I also want to talk about, the question was asked about the novel. The novel will be taught next year. Again, students were able to opt in this year. It will be taught next year. It was not pulled out of the curriculum. Furthermore, we are seeing, I do want to note, we're also seeing a huge increase in teacher and administrator requests for training on student behavior and mental health. It's the biggest request we are receiving, that we are not prepared to handle the mental health issues that we are seeing. So we're continuing that work with our folks internally. so we can give everybody the best support possibly needed. We do want to just keep in mind, and it's rarely stated, but should be, teachers, classroom teachers, administrators over the last 3 to 4 years, especially since the pandemic, have increasingly served as mental health first responders. That has become a large part of their job. And speaking as a former teacher, we are not trained for that in school. We don't take courses in that. We take courses in some child psychology, but trauma-informed teaching, trauma-informed practices, we're not trained in. So that's some of the work the district is doing with staff for the next couple of years as we see these numbers increase. But we also need to work with you guys collaboratively as well. For those of you who are seniors, especially, we want you to leave a legacy of a school system where, as noted in a couple of the speakers, where kids feel safe mentally and physically. So that's some of the work you can expect to see moving forward. You'll get some information from Mr. Sanchez as we move forward. While nearly all educators recognize the crisis, I'm going to ask that you not call out while I speak, because we don't call out when you speak. So I'm going to ask you to sit down. Thank you. I appreciate it. So while nearly all educators, and this is nationally, recognize the crisis, 85% nationally report that their current preparation lacks the depth required to manage the intensity of today's clinical challenges. And this is a mental health issue. It's not a curriculum. It's not an instruction issue. It's a right novel. I've taught this novel before. It's just the wrong time currently. In the high school set, again, I'm going to ask that you respect any speakers on this dais, just as we respect speakers who come and publicly speak. In the high school, again, I'm going to ask that you respect any of the speakers on this dais as we move forward, just as we respect public speaks. Thank you.
Mr. Bay.
In the high school setting, teaching the whole child means shifting the focus from the grade book to the human being. It's a holistic strategy that recognizes the student's cognitive growth is inseparable from their physical health, emotional stability, and social maturity. By prioritizing these interconnected needs, educators do more than just deliver a curriculum. They build a foundation for lifelong success. So some of our work moving forward with Mr. Sanchez and his team at the high school and his students are really looking at holistic strategies in regards to instruction. And you guys will be a full part of that work as we move forward to really address all needs that students are bringing in to schools right now. So we're excited about working with you around that, but there is work that needs to be done on our part as well.
Are there any questions for the superintendent?
I would like to express what I believe to be some of the concerns of the audience.
So at this time, I think what we need to do, because we've had public speaks, we've had the student update, we need to move the meeting forward because we have so much more.
Then a question for the superintendent.
A question, sure.
How are we going to give students more of a say in how their courses are managed and future book bans? And in this case, there was next to no student representation in that decision. How will that change into the future?
Yeah, on our end. So I think what brought this to our attention was other teachers were choosing optional novels. That was popping up on our radar. We also had some issues with parents sending emails to our staff around books that were read earlier in the year. So that's what put it on our radar. And obviously I can't speak for our supervisor, but I know that is what raised the red flags. And then when we shared our data that we shared with our administrators, it raised that red flag even higher. And this data we're going to be working with around during our workshops with the public and students, so everybody can get a real full understanding of what we're currently facing, especially around our self-harm numbers that have significantly increased as compared to other districts in our area. So it's really something we want to focus on.
Okay, any other questions?
Rosie, it goes for you as well. We're going to ask that people don't call out while we're speaking.
All right, Board Member Higgins, please.
So if I can ask, apart from not talking about the AP Lit situation, if we really just hyper-focus on the mental health crisis that we've declared, in my mind, school counselors are a really important piece of that puzzle. And so I would really like to find out what is happening in involving them in all of this, because they are already in the building. And I love that we're moving more towards trauma-informed care, because I think that training and de-escalation and intervention is very, very important from a counseling mental health perspective. But I would love to understand how school counselors are being utilized, because that is a department that exists. It's designed for this. How are we using them as part of this process now?
Yeah, we're lucky that not only have our own school counselors, but we also have partnerships with such organizations as ESS and other organizations to hopefully supply enough support for our kids, also our teachers as well. So we're also working on expanding our website, so we're literally mapping out all the resources that are available in the district, so any parent or student can easily click on that and see what those resources are going to look like. So that's some of the work we're also doing as we move forward. We are working pretty closely as well, with our municipalities as well, and the Director of Health and Rutgers University around this issue. We'll have some of them representing on the panel that we'll be having on March 19th, so we look forward to hearing some of their discussion as well. I do want to shout out one more thing, because we forgot. Part of our work has been around creating pathways for high school students, especially our juniors and seniors, to really tie in what they're learning to the real world, and especially careers. One of those pathways we have launched was the New Jersey Car Technician Advancement Program. So the Advancement Program is a nonprofit automotive technician training program that usually was only available to those 21 and older. It costs about $15,000 to $30,000 in tuition. We have been working pretty closely with the Automotive Association to make a similar program available for our high school students. So when our high school students can graduate, they can go right into the automotive technician field. I'm very proud to say that we had 3 students just graduate from the state's first program. Every day for about, I believe it was 18 weeks, they went after school to a dealership on Route 22 and got hands-on training by professional automotive technicians. So I want to shout out Christian White, Roel Jimenez, and Donald DJ Risen. Great attendance. Lieutenant Governor spoke at the graduation and shouted out South Orange Maplewood School District and our students. So I just want to pull them, put the spotlight on those 3. This is a new program. We didn't know how it was going to work. Their attendance was wonderful. They graduated the program. They're going to be offered jobs as automotive technicians. They're also given a $1,500 toolkit to utilize in their profession moving forward. So big thanks for those 3 for taking a risk for a completely new program.
Any other questions?
Just circling back to the AP book, it sounds like, from what we've heard, that there still is the directive to stop teaching the book. Can we confirm if that directive is still in place, and can we get it removed soon so that the students can be prepared for AP exam?
Yes. You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay, so here's what I would like to do. I have a statement to read. Mr. Moody does as well. I'm pretty sure 0 people in the audience have come here to hear them. I think we would like to do is to get to a vote on the proposal for personnel and for substitute, which involve the coaches. However, we cannot do that until we have given an opportunity for public speaks for everyone who wants to speak on the track issue. So to do that, I would entertain a motion to take out of order the public speak specifically for those individuals who have indicated a desire to talk about the coaches issue. Have a motion? Stefan, second? Higgins, all in favor? Aye. All right, unanimous. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through here and call each person who has indicated, who is not a student, that they want to speak on the...
So have all students spoken on the issue of the coaches? Did we miss anyone? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
If you want to speak, you have 2 minutes of time. If you've decided you do not need to speak, simply shout out, let me know that, and we'll go to the next name. First, Cindy Hairston.
Sorry.
Hi, I'm Cindy Hairston, South Orange, parent of a 2024 grad and a 10th grader. I've been a cross-country and track parent since 2020. Things were different then. My daughter ran in a pod of the same 3 people. They all wore masks while running. It was also different in that the head coach at that time yelled, threatened, and harassed the athletes. He eventually resigned in December 2021 after his inappropriate behavior became widely recognized. In August of 2022, when my daughter was a junior, I met Coach Simon and Coach Johnson. They introduced themselves, and their enthusiasm and positive energy was such a relief to me. They brought a level of professionalism and kindness that my daughter had never experienced from a coach before. The broken team started to come together again. They learned to trust their coaches and themselves, and also, they were winning. I have watched these 2 coaches take a program that was battered and bruised and turn it into something that the student athletes are incredibly proud of. Our kids are amazing. Sometimes they don't know how amazing they are, but Coach Simon and Coach Johnson know, and they tell them. They encourage them and give them the skills and strategies to achieve their personal and team goals. So what I am left wondering is why? Why would the athletic director take that away? And for what reason? If there is an answer to that question, a real answer to that question, then okay. But the parents haven't heard a real reason. The athletes were told that the coaches had to be teachers at the high school so they can be available to them during the school day. You've heard tonight that the coaches were available to their athletes. Is that a district policy? Are all of the coaches across the athletic department currently teachers? And Coach Simon was a permanent sub at the high school and there every day until those positions were eliminated for this school year. And then today the reason changed. Now it's because the coaches didn't tell the athletic director about nationals. Nationals is not a district event, not organized by or paid by. The Track Parent Association takes care of it in coordination with the coaches for the benefit of the student athletes. It happened last year and every year before that.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison.
No issue. But most importantly of all, the coaches themselves were not given a reason. So at the very least, I hope that all of you were given a reason. I'm grateful that Coach Simon and Coach Johnson are back on the agenda, but I hope that you will question, how did we get here tonight? Why was this decision made by the athletic director to
Thank you, Ms.
remove
Hairston.
beloved, accomplished coaches? Because to upend an entire program in the middle of the year to cause all of these student
Ms. Hairston,
athletes
I'm sorry.
unnecessary stress for no good, valid reason, I'm asking you to figure out why.
Thank you. Next, we have Janine Guido.
Good evening. Before my time begins, I'd like to first congratulate all of the amazing students who have spoken this evening and who have come to support their coaches and what they believe for their curriculum and their mental health. Well done. My name is Janine Guida, and I am a parent of a junior at Columbia High School. I have also been part of this district for 49 years. I went here from kindergarten through 12th grade, and I've been teaching here for 36 years. I've seen it all, or at least I thought I had. Excelsior. Merriam-Webster defines that as of superior quality. This is at the doors of our high school and all over the same building. It is how our superintendent signs off his messages, and yet you are teaching our track and field members that superior quality is not valued, not worth retaining, and not recognized. Why are we removing coaches of superior quality? Shouldn't we try to keep staff members like this? We have a problem here retaining superior staff, and now we're letting 2 exceptional coaches go. I don't understand. Coach Simon and Coach Johnson have built an amazing program for our students. When they began, the joke was, tell all your friends to come and join track. We need people. Now, we have so many athletes, they've had to make cuts because our team is so successful and has 2 coaches who truly, deeply, and sincerely care about their athletes. I have never seen anyone more organized or willing to communicate with people than our 2 coaches. I wish the same could be said for others, as we on the executive committee of the Track and Field Parent Association, of which I am a proud co-vice president for 2 years, have tried and continue to try to reach out with no success. At the first track banquet I attended, the coaches had something personal and wonderful to say about each and every athlete, and this has continued each season. Coach Simon has been recognized as Coach of the Year for 2 consecutive years, and we're okay with losing him? Instead of voting to keep these exceptional people, instead of even having to have a vote, you should be honoring them for the work that they've done and the commitment they have made to our students. I urge you to vote to keep our superior coaches, Coach Simon and Coach Johnson, who should be head coach, by the way, for the girls' team. Please, when you vote, vote to keep superiority. Excelsior.
Next, we have Laura Wallace.
Hi, I'm Laura Wallace. I am one of the co-presidents of the CHS Track and Field Parents Association. I have a daughter, Anna Cooper, who's a senior varsity track captain, and I had a son. I still have a son, but he graduated in 2024. He was also a varsity track captain. And I'm really glad about the turn of events tonight, but I really believe that our coaches still deserve their flowers, and so I'm going to do what I came here to do, which is read a letter that my son Henry wrote last night for you guys. Hi, my name is Henry Cooper, class of 2024. I just learned that Coach Simon got fired today and Coach Johnson will not be renewed. It is 8:30 p.m. I have 2 midterms tomorrow, including one at 9:30 a.m., but hearing this information has made studying a sudden afterthought. My first real season at Columbia in sophomore year after freshman year killed by COVID, I ran indoor track under coaching staff in complete disarray. Our head coach couldn't care less about the sprinters, not to mention the other things he was doing and got rightfully removed for, and our sprinting coach was non-existent. We literally were being coached by our sprint captains, which was far from ideal. I played baseball that spring, planning to keep track only as a secondary sport, but then junior year came, and we had 2 new head coaches, Coach Simon and Coach Johnson, my first real sprinting coach at Columbia, and they changed everything. I don't think you could find someone who cares more about track than Coach Simon. He brought life to a team that was actively falling apart, and his passion shifted the energy of Columbia Track and Field to something far more hopeful than it had been when he got here. Coach Johnson provided true leadership to a group of sprinters that was running without organization or proper training, and he provided it with a positive, fun, and confident energy. Johnson's mentorship changed my trajectory and led me to becoming a captain myself, working every day to be a positive influence. These coaches saw the best in all of us and gave us an immense amount of time and energy, probably while being compensated not nearly enough. Their goal was to recover a track program that had great history at Columbia and had been lost for years, and they are well on their way. I and many of my teammates made nationals every season after that first one, and coaches Simon and Johnson were the driving force. They did it in the face of high expectations and few resources. Columbia has an abundance of students looking to join a team with very little funding, never enough staff, and more recently an athletic director who hasn't seemed concerned with the needs of the team. The kindness and persistence that Simon and Johnson have is not easy to find. Something Columbia and the district is unfortunately good at is letting good things walk out the door.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace.
Sometimes throwing them out. I urge the board not only to not let these coaches go, but to give them the support they need and deserve to continue to reach new heights with this team.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. Next, we have Scott Greenstone.
That button. Bear with me, I'm not great with change on the fly. I appreciate you guys adding them back to the agenda. Hi, my name is Scott Greenstone. I'm from South Orange. I'm a district parent and a volunteer track and field coach. You've already heard so much about the coaches from the kids, how much they mean to all of them. Coach Simon and Coach Johnson came into a very difficult situation, replacing a coach that left under questionable circumstances. They built this team back up to be a powerhouse in the state. These two coaches created the most inclusive, welcoming team I've ever seen. New kids join all the time, and even the most shy, scared, and inexperienced of them are welcomed immediately by these coaches, and through their example, by their teammates. Their confidence improves, and they feel great about themselves, all because of the team culture that Coach Simon and Coach Johnson have built. What I want you to do, even after tonight's vote, is I want you to talk to the other coaches in the school. I want you to talk to all the parents of athletes. I want you to talk to all the student athletes. I want you to ask them, how do they feel about Coach Johnson? How do they feel about Coach Simon? More importantly, how do they feel about the athletic director? You will hear the same things over and over again. About the coaches, nobody cares more about their athletes and respect of sport than these two. About the AD, there is no follow-through. Things get missed, forgotten, delayed. Buses never show up. Equipment doesn't get ordered until the season's almost over. This firing is clearly not about job performance, but rather seems to be personal. Why? Because when Coach Simon and Coach Johnson felt the AD has dropped the ball to the detriment of the students, they speak up. Shortages have always been an issue at CHS that all of our coaches have to roll with. The errors and omissions made by this AD consistently go far beyond that. Simply put, they are being dismissed because the AD doesn't want to hear their feedback and be challenged on her decisions. You need to decide, do you want the best for the kids, or do you want to allow the removal of two of the most dedicated, caring coaches in the district without cause, simply because the athletic director doesn't like them?
Thank you, Mr. Greenstone. Next, we have Eve Hart.
Can you hear me now? All right, so my name is Eve Hart. I live in Maplewood. I have two children in the district, well, one child in the district. He is a sophomore, but I have a recent graduate. I sat here just listening to everything that the kids had to say. You guys did a wonderful job. Earl wrote a statement, my son who graduated last year. He is a testament to this program. When Coach Simon and Coach Johnson took over as head coach, my son was a sophomore. He had participated in outdoor track, and I watched a kid who wanted to run, not run because of poor management of a program with the previous coach. Coach Simon and Coach Johnson came in and turned the program around, and now my child is a D1 athlete running cross country and track. So I'm not going to read all of his statement, but I am going to say some of what he wrote. Coach Simon and Coach Johnson taught us a mentality that translates to every area of life. He taught us to be good humans on the course and on the track, but outside in life as well. To respect every opponent, but to fear none, because we all put our spikes on the same way. He taught us that success is a process that requires extreme patience, discipline, and refusal to ever quit. Coach Simon and Coach Johnson treated Cougar track like a family. They were the first people to encourage the athletes when they were struggling, and the last to take credit when they succeeded. To remove coaches who have successfully taken a program from the bottom to the very top while simultaneously building men and women of character, as you have seen on display tonight, is a massive step backward for the school district and community if they were let go. You don't find coaches like that every day. You don't find leaders who can inspire this much loyalty and fight from their athletes every day. Coach Simon and Coach Johnson never gave up on us, even when we were at the bottom of the county rankings. We are not going to start giving up on them now. I strongly urge the board to reconsider the decision and keep Coach Simon and Coach Johnson as the head coaches of our Cougars. Once a Cougar, always a Cougar. Yeah.
Next, we have Micah Gottlieb.
Thank you. I'm going to throw out my speech, but speak to you as a Columbia High School alumni running cross-country and track for all 4 years, a parent of a current cross-country and track runner, a former high school principal, and currently the Associate Director for Child and Adolescent Learning and Wellbeing at the American Psychological Association. And I want to say, when you hear what these children, what these young people are talking about from their coaches, and you talk about your mental health crisis, I'd like you to think about ways that you can work those two things together and take great leaders like that who understand the value of belonging, they understand the value of hard work and the impact that that can have on youth mental health. And so I applaud you for changing your mind. It's hard to do, but it's real leadership. And I will encourage you to not just make this decision now, but take the advantage that you have to tap into what these coaches have done for these young people and for the school community. And I offer my services to you, Superintendent Bing. My email is there. I'm happy to give you my professional email as well to reach out in ways that we can support all these students who are clearly trying to do the right thing for themselves and their community. And thank you very much.
Next, we have Yurga Marshall.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. My name is Yurga Marshall, and I'm a parent of a Columbia High School track and field student athlete. I'm a former track and field athlete and All-American while at college. My husband, John Marshall, former 1984 Olympian and a current college track and field coach. We are a sports family. We know sports and we know track. And we will tell you, in case not sports people still exist here after this evening, you do not remove coaches mid-season unless there is a truly urgent, unavoidable reason there. No such reason was communicated to the parents or to the athletes. And this is not an isolated problem. Across multiple Columbia High School sports, we have seen chaos and preventable issues, firing coaches mid-season or right before the start of the season, not hiring coaches, misregistrations, unpaid meet fees, incorrect travel arrangements, and so on. Track and field has stayed stable only because these coaches worked relentlessly to protect the athletes from that chaos. This fall, we parents, we actually considered coming to the board with all those concerns of unpaid bills, threats of not being able to participate at certain meets, and unanswered emails. But coaches asked us not to do that. They were afraid that could put their jobs at risk. We stayed silent to protect the coaches, and here we are today. So I thank you for hearing our voices and voting on it later to reinstate Coach Simon and Johnson, because that is best for our students. Nevertheless, I ask you to consider and arrange for a cross-sport parent and student-athlete town hall meeting, allowing families to ask questions directly, understand how district intends to address ongoing concerns, and begin repairing this erosion of confidence resulting from repeated administrative issues within the athletic department. Thank you.
We're now going to move to our online public speaks, again, just regarding the coaches. First, we have Julie Liu. Oh, welcome.
I am Julie Liu, a South Orange resident. I am here to express my dismay and concerns regarding the unconscionable potential firings of Coach Simon and Coach Johnson. My daughter, Sydney Kwan, is a junior and has been a member of the winter and spring track team since her freshman year, as well as the cross-country team in her sophomore year. Coach Simon and Coach Johnson have built a successful and award-winning track and cross-country program. More importantly, they have fostered an environment where kids are welcomed and inspired to achieve. My daughter has excelled at running under the tutelage of her coaches, found her tribe in the team camaraderie fostered by the coaches, and has had a leadership opportunity as one of the captains this year. She has had the privilege of competing at Nike Indoor Nationals and Nike Outdoor Nationals the past 2 years. At the 2025 Nike Indoor Nationals, she and her teammates placed second in the 1,600-meter sprint medley relay. At the 2025 Nike Outdoor Nationals, she and her teammates placed second in the 4x200 relay and first in the 4x400 relay. What an accomplishment for our student athletes and their coaches to be recognized on the national level. The hard work and dedication Coach Simon and Coach Johnson have put into these programs are unparalleled and much appreciated. Why was the decision made to potentially fire these beloved coaches? From the parents and student athletes' perspective, we see Coach Simon and Coach Johnson as exceeding expectations. They have gone above and beyond in managing these programs and training our athletes. This decision does not support our student athletes. Rather, it will create havoc to the track and cross-country programs and dismantle an outstanding legacy. The heart and soul of these programs are being discarded with nary a concern of what is just, considering their distinguished track record and the admiration and respect they receive from our students.
Thank you.
Parents are significantly important to the success of athletic programs, so we, the parents, are pleading with you now to please listen to us when we say that a grave mistake has been made. Please reconsider, and renew Coach Simon and Coach Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. Our next, I believe, online public speaks is James LaCroix.
James, you're on.
James, are you there?
Can't hear.
Actually, you can't hear.
No.
You may have to change your settings. Tell you what, we're going to come back around to you, Mr. LaCroix. Next up is going to be Jeremy Donahue.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Jeremy Donahue, and I'm from Maplewood. I'm a former distance captain and nationals runner for Columbia High School. I had a whole story to tell you guys tonight to show you the importance of Coach Simon and Coach Johnson to the Columbia track family. But I feel that the sheer number of students in this room and the alumni in rooms across the nation that are about to call is the perfect story of what they mean to us. They don't just build athletes, they build people. In less than 4 years, they have turned 2 struggling programs into some of the best in the entire state, and more importantly, created a culture of family and character that is rivaled by no other track program in the state. I'm appalled that the athletic director would attempt to dismantle a thriving program and a community that finally exists at Columbia. By letting them go, you would be deprived of the current runners, including many of my former teammates, of the very leadership that changed my life. So I ask the board to listen to the community and to keep the coaches where they belong. Thank you, and have a nice night.
James is good to go whenever.
Terrific. Let's go back to James LaCroix, please.
Thank you.
Thanks for the assist.
Hello?
Hi.
Perfect. All right. I'm sorry.
You've got kind of an echo going on. If you can
All
turn
right,
down.
sorry, I'm ready.
Yep.
Hello. I'm James LaCroix. I graduated from Columbia last year. I can ramble about the issues about the district, but I feel like they brush them aside all the time. I'm here about Coach Simon and Coach Johnson, two men who have made a brotherhood in my life at a time where it almost felt like it was like life saving. I have people who have seen me at my weakest and at my highest, and honestly, I call them brothers. They have created a community where after a rough day at school, Columbia's a pretty crazy school. We all know that. I would have 3 hours just to be myself and be around the best people. So thank you to that. They have built a dynasty, and you are quite practically taking it away from them. They have created such a great culture. And I've had the past coach, Coach I didn't have the best relationship with her, but this coach, Coach Simon, I could tell from the get-go. But besides that, I know, sorry, to end this waste of 6 hours of my time, to be honest, I'm a college student staying up at 11 o'clock for this. This district lives off their student success constantly. And to the AD, you should be only ashamed of yourself for even thinking you're fit for the role compared to Coach Simon and Coach Johnson. Good night, Maplewood, except you, Mr. Bing, just because your useless monologue at graduation. Good night.
Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Cox.
That community member is not online.
Next, we have Will Emmons.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Good evening. My name is Will Emmons, and I am a CHS Class of 2025 graduate. I did track and cross country for 4 years, 3 of which were under Coach Simon and Coach Johnson. And I can tell you with 100% certainty that I would not be the man I am today without the mentorship of these amazing coaches. I don't know if any of you are familiar with endurance training, but it tends to suck. Yet these men had my teammates and I showing up every day to complete whatever workout they planned, no matter how torturous they seemed. The reason we kept coming back was because of the environment they created. They made it fun to run hills in 90-degree weather. They made it fun to run 12 miles in 5-degree weather. They made it fun to keep showing up after every failure, and they made it fun to push harder after every victory. And the results speak for themselves. Their first year, the cross-country team was unranked in the state. My senior year, we were top 15 in the state. I've gotten to witness record after record be shattered under the leadership of these coaches. And as captain, I learned from their leaderships. I know many of my fellow captains learned much more about leadership than I did. These coaches, through their mentorship, make the world a more fun place to be in. Getting rid of them would not only ruin the track team, but rob the world of amazing future leaders. If you do decide to get rid of them, I wish you luck finding replacements who care half as much as they do. I doubt there are any out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Anwar Salam Bey.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Good evening. My name is Anwar Bey. I'm a former Columbia High School student of the class of 25 and a former Columbia track and field captain. I participated in track and cross country for all 12 seasons of high school, and I had the privilege of running under Simon and Johnson for the last 9. The decision to not renew their contracts is an extreme lapse of judgment of all the board members, and I know will drastically impact the team. I can say Coach Simon is single-handedly one of the most selfless people I've ever met and has built far more than a track team. He's built a community. He stays after practice to check on us mentally and physically, and at a certain point, Underhill felt like a second home to me. Coach Simon was readily accessible for communication at all times of the day. I remember one specific instance. We had a 6 a.m. bus from Underhill on a Saturday, and I had a question about which event I would be running the next day. I messaged Simon at 1:17 a.m. and I received a response by 1:21. Since he became head coach, the track program has improved drastically. We won the Essex County Championship for boys cross country 3 years in a row, and I couldn't have imagined us dumping the Gatorade bucket on anyone else afterwards. Senior year cross country, I was extremely unmotivated at the beginning of the season and not putting in the effort that he knew I was capable of. Instead of giving up on me, Simon sat me down and wrote out a personalized training plan to push me and help me refocus. That season, my 5K time improved by almost 2 full minutes, and I fully believe that happened because he believed in me. What meant even more was the following winter season, Coach Simon named me captain. He rewarded my growth and commitment, and that made me feel seen. It showed me that my work mattered and does not go unnoticed. Simon also doesn't live close to SOMSD, and the time he sacrifices to travel such a long distance every day shows his commitment. School ends at 2:15 and practice begins at 3:30. Every day before practice, at least 25 athletes head to Underhill a full hour before practice starts to spend time with Simon before we run. And every single day at 2:15, a full hour before practice, that red Mazda is in the parking lot waiting for us. The growth of the program shows his impact, and the loyalty of his athletes show the longevity that he will have. He created a family, and I felt proud to wear that paw on my back. He takes pride in the way he cares for his athletes, and he's 100% the glue that holds that team together. Even though he's not permanently in the classroom during the day, he's one of the most present and supportive adults in our lives. Cross-country runners often say the phrase, "My sport is your sport's punishment," when referring to tough practices, but Coach Simon made getting to come to practice feel like a reward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Next, we have Laura Walls. Nope, never mind. Next, we have Jacqueline Caracciolo. Probably butchered that. Jacqueline Caracciolo.
Community member is not online.
Okay. That concludes the special public speaks. And now I will entertain a motion to go out of order and consider action on resolutions 4918 and 4919. Do I have a motion? Callahan, second. Brown? Okay. Ms. Moody, are we open for discussion on that? Okay.
Yes, open for discussion.
This is a personnel resolution, so I believe we cannot have any actual discussion on it. Are there any motions? I'm sorry, Board Member Stefan. I think we. All right, I'm gonna turn to our council here because we're really limited here.
We cannot speak about personnel matters. I just wanted to thank the folks who came out today and shared their perspective.
You're allowed to do that. All right, thank you. Board Member Brown.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the resolution.
Okay. What specific thing are you proposing to amend?
To add assistant in front of, for GIMF.
Tell me specific, is this 4919B?
Yes.
Okay.
And then remove assistant in front of Johnson.
Okay, is there a second? Yes. All right, Callahan. So the motion is to change the line in 4919B for Belinda Glimpf from girls varsity outdoor track to assistant girls varsity outdoor track, and to change Michael Johnson from assistant varsity girls outdoor coach to varsity girls outdoor coach. Is that correct?
Yes, so essentially not changing his current, what his role has been.
Understood. We can't get into discussion, but right. All right. Is there any discussion on the motion? Mr. Stefan, again, keeping in mind, we really actually can pretty much, do you want to thank them again?
No, they've been thanked.
Okay.
Could I just ask the superintendent if he recommends voting for this amendment or not?
I do. Thank you, Board Member Brown, for bringing that.
Mr. Moody, would you please take the roll?
Okay, as it pertains to the motion,
4919B and the amendment. Board Member Bennett.
Yes.
Board Member Brown.
Yes.
Board Member Callahan.
Yes.
Board Member Higgins.
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia. Board President Meyer.
Yes.
Board Member Nyer.
Yes.
Board Member Saki Gable.
Yes.
Board Member Steffen.
Yes.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Okay, so we now have resolutions 4918 and 4919 as amended. If there is not any further discussion, Mr. Moody, would you please call the roll?
Sure, will do. Board Member Steffen.
Yes.
Board Member Saki Gable.
Yes.
Board Member Nyer.
Yes.
Board President Meyer.
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia. Board Member Higgins.
Yes.
Board Member Callahan.
Yes.
Board Member Brown.
Yes.
Board Member Bennett.
Yes.
Okay.
The motion
Quorum.
passed?
Yes.
Very good.
Motion passed.
All right. Let's move forward then. I guess next we'll have the update from the. Yeah, let's take a motion to adjourn for 5 minutes. Yeah. We're going to take a motion to just break for 5 minutes. Do I have a second? All right. All in favor? Aye. Okay, we're going to convene back again in 5 minutes. More 5 minutes, and we are going to call this meeting back to order as soon as we have a quorum present.
Board Member Brown.
Okay, I am calling this meeting back to order, and in light of the hour, we are just going to go ahead and prioritize the balance of public speaks at this time. So I will call our next name, which is Allison Burson.
Hello, my name is Allison Burson, Maplewood resident, parent of a second grader at South Mountain. I'm here today to talk about the New Jersey Law Strengthening Gifted, Talented Education Act. I've written you multiple letters on the subject, gotten a response from Superintendent Bing. I have detailed that there's no kindergarten identification. I have detailed that my son is not being met with his GAP plan in terms of the Strengthening Gifted and Talented Act. He is not being met at his instructional level. And I've asked you to look into this multiple times. The responses we've gotten from the district administration have been inaccurate, wrong, completely unsupported. I have asked you to look at documentation, to interview fact witnesses. You have not done any of it. I know that some of you on this board are parents of students that are gifted and that you want better for your kids. So if this is not going to be good enough for your kid, it shouldn't have to be good enough for mine. And I want my kid to speak like all these kids spoke here tonight. And I want my kids to care in this district the way these kids care tonight and how impressive they were. And frankly, the way that my son is being treated and ignored and his needs being ignored, he's just going to be another number in your mental health crisis if you don't start to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Alyssa Malaspina.
Hello, all. I never thought I would be back in this room and still dealing with, as I am still dealing with the trauma from my time on the board. But the removal of a book from the curriculum at the hands of a district administrator, or as I just heard from the superintendent, maybe a parent, which if it was a parent, then you didn't follow any of the policies or procedures that were by law you should have, is too important for me to not be here. While on the board, we drafted some of the strongest anti-book ban policies in the nation to combat situations like the one that occurred. We always thought that censorship would come from right-wing conservative groups like Moms for Liberty. We never thought it would come from the district administration, one of the most progressive districts in New Jersey. What happened here is no different than what is happening in Florida or Texas and has all the markings of Moms for Liberty. Books do not cause suicide or suicidal tendencies, just as books do not make students gay or trans. Literature does not create identity or mental illness. What it can do is provide language, perspective, and connection. For some students, a novel is the first place that they will see their experience reflected. Removing access does not address the underlying pain. It risks deepening isolation. In the past, when the board and district was faced with incidents of student suicide, the response is centered on care, bringing in additional counselors, strengthening social and emotional supports, and protecting family privacy. Curriculum access was not restricted. The focus was on support and healing. The district's response to students courageously speaking out against this ban was to make students opt in rather than using the district's own existing opt-out policy. This opt-in method is problematic right out of the Mothers of Liberty playbook and sets a dangerous precedent, opening up the door to more books being handled in this matter if they are deemed controversial. The board can fix this by allowing students to opt in and opt out, and making it clear to the administration that we are a district that supports the freedom to read, as we did when I was here.
Thank you, Ms. Malaspina. Next, we have Marion.
I think I might have been skipped. I think I'm on page 1.
Oh, no. Hang on, hang on. Tell me your name.
Alina Jacobs.
Well, absolutely you are. Come on up, Ms. Jacobs. Thank you.
Good evening, Alina Jacobs, South Orange. I speak tonight as a parent, educator, and a CHS grad myself. I want to first commend the brave students who fought the removal of the brief and wondrous life of Oscar Wilde from the AP Literature curriculum. These amazing students experienced censorship and refused to be underestimated. They mobilized by organizing a petition, contacting the author, civil rights groups, politicians, and the press, demonstrating the exact civic engagement that is the ultimate goal of education. When a superintendent dismisses student efforts with canned email replies, he underestimates our mission to prepare students for constructive conversation in the real world. A professional process for curricular concerns would have included, first and foremost, bringing in the teacher, asking how she plans to introduce, facilitate, and support students with the content, a review of research and best practices in postvention suicide cases, consultation with mental health professionals, and transparent communication to families. None of that happened. Instead, the superintendent inaccurately shared that students would instead read Lolita, which he described as a lighter read. Mr. Bing made a hasty decision to remove a text from one specific AP course for 47 students, many of whom were 18, while other seniors in similar courses are reading the same content concurrently. When the community pushed back, Mr. Bing added an opt-in process. Yet his email stated that he, quote, strongly recommended that all students read an alternate text. Notably, the teacher, Ms. Martling, was excluded from the dialogue. She was neither CC'd on Mr. Bing's email to families, nor present at Mr. Bing's parent meetings. This is a missed opportunity. The approach she used in contemporary lit is a model of expert teaching that centers student well-being. She provided content warnings, alternate text options, historical context, and a lesson on slurs. Columbia High School must be a place that fosters critical thinking, and it is often our most outspoken educators who think critically themselves that are uniquely positioned to foster learning environments where students are truly challenged.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Now, next we have Marion Rapp.
Good evening. My name is Marion Rabb, and I live in Maplewood, and I have had at least one of my two children in the school district for 17 straight years, ending last year when my youngest graduated from Columbia High School. I have addressed this Board of Education over the last 2 decades on a multitude of issues. I have, however, never expected to address this board on the issue of book banning. And make no mistake, what happened in this AP English class was book banning. Over the Pulitzer Prize-winning book, The Brief and Wondrous Life of Oscar Wilde, which has also been named one of New York Times' 100 best books of the 21st century, and has been part of this district's curriculum since 2011. And if you don't believe me, PEN America, a national group dedicated to free expression, told National Public Radio in a news article about this ban that forcing students to get parental permission to read a book in their AP English class is indeed a book ban. And this book ban sets a terrible precedent. If one book can be removed or shifted outside the established review process, then any book can. So what book is going to go next? Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet? Dostoevsky's novel Crime and Punishment? I honestly don't know, and that should give us all pause. Our students are watching how adults handle difficult conversations. Read the room. This track team just showed you the stamina and the grit that they had to force this board to change what was clearly a terrible decision. They are learning whether policy matters. They are learning how we respond when things are hard. Many of our district families feel extremely unsettled right now. They want clarity. They want reassurance that decisions are grounded in evidence and best practices, and they want to know that their district will follow its own policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rapp. Oh, gosh, we're just a mess here. Hang on, tell me your name, sir. You're coming up. You're very close. We next have Emily Beasley. Do we have Emily Beasley? All right. The next we have Verna Holcomb.
Hello. I'm going to knock over the table. My name is Verna Holcomb. I live in South Orange, and I am here on behalf of the children who are already living in a society, telling them they are wrong, specifically our homosexual and transgender children. These children are facing bullying from their peers at our schools, something the district talks a lot about working against, and the process to protect them is not doing so. Enough of them have learned already that the people who are in place to protect them won't support them. Enough that I, a parent who haven't had to go through the HIB process, heard from my own child that it's not a safe person to go to. And so my question is, what questions do we ask the people who are protecting our children? Let me re-say that. What questions do we ask to ensure that the staff who are protecting our children are actually doing so? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Stephen Yap.
Wow, what a night. I had no idea what was coming here. So I actually came to speak about Shakespeare separately, but I think you might combine the matter with anything that you're discussing here simply because my point is to share with you that Shakespeare is really Oxford de Vere. It's not Shakespeare. You've heard maybe the authorship and people joke around and say, oh yeah, that's not really the author, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. Well, 3 years ago, my brother-in-law said this to me, and of course I just said, yeah, what the hell, looked at it, and that's 3 years later. The number of hours I put into this is, now that I can, because I'm mostly retired. So it's an incredible thing. And everybody else in this Shakespeare Oxford Society, and I'll share it with anybody who's interested, same experience. They came from so many different walks of life. It's a real motley crew. But the actual Shakespeare is actually from Shakespeare. It's a pen name. He took it from him. He was the champion juster in the court of Queen Elizabeth. Our Earl of Oxford was the best. He knocked people off their horse. And he also never lost a knife fight, thank goodness. His manuscript survived, thanks goodness, and everything else and so on. So it's a very interesting story. It's not because the story itself is fantastic, which it is, but the writing, it's a totally different understanding you come to. That's very important. And the truth of it, if I had known this coming out of high school, it would have done a lot for me. I mean, I can talk about it. Don't talk about too much, I can't. But I had a great English teacher who made me play Nick in Edward Albee's Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. Okay, she made me play Nick. You're talking about Oscar Wilde. Okay, now this is a step further, really. Poor woman, she was wonderful. She is the one who committed suicide later, I found out. Okay, life is tragic like that. So let me come back. I hope you will consider or else share with your department in curriculum question. This is something I know St. Peter's, they have done this. I spoke to a student who came out of St. Peter's, said, oh yeah, I know that. I was shocked, but it is a thing. I think within a few years, it'll be clearly out. But I mean, there's so many angles to this whole question. It's really a scandal, I'd say, because the world experts, Stephen Greenblatt at Harvard and James Shapiro at Columbia, those two are really holding the dike. And they are,
Thank you. Your time is up, but you know what, if you want to email more of it, it sounds like you've got a lot to say. Feel free to send it. And I didn't catch your town of residence.
I'm sorry?
Town of residence? So what is your town of residence?
I'm actually a 1972 graduate, but I live in Hillside. So I'm
wonderful.
from Hillside.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sure.
Next, Jonathan Castro.
All right. Let me just I was originally going to use up all my time for specifically the budget. And then, but I'm going to just go over some numbers briefly and then pivot to the book banning because I think it's important to discuss that. I've been to the last few meetings. A prior meeting, someone asked, I think it was Deidre, what is the legally allowed percentage that the district is supposed to hold? That's a simple answer. It's 2%. Now, if the budget audit shows that there's a $13.9 million surplus, that's $4.8 million. So when the boss asked Moody, how much is the balance? It's a simple math problem. $9.1 million are sitting in the bank. That is legally mandated to be spent on students or given back to taxpayers. All right. So now I'm going to move on to the Oscar Wilde book because I think it's very ironic. That book isn't just Latin literature. It is an Afro-Latin author. It is about a Black Latino being oppressed, being bullied, not by his peers, but by an administration. He's a gifted kid that is too inconvenient for the administration. So the book goes on length about blank pages, la página blanca, how blank pages are used either in budgets or administrative paperwork to create a narrative and erase the needs of students, or in that case of, just in general, a dictatorship trying to erase. So it is very ironic that in Black History Month, and while ICE is targeting Latinos, this book is the convergence of both identities. It's being banned. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jonathan Schwartz. Do we have Jonathan? No? All right. Next, we have Lori Martling.
Good evening. Lori Martling, CHS English teacher since 2006, AP English teacher, as everyone in the nation now knows, since 2009, and SOMEA representative. I mean, what a glorious problem I present to you tonight, right? I have somehow managed to have teenagers want to read a novel so desperately, and yet you seek to oppose me. Crazy, right? But I could not be any prouder of my students. So that is the first thing I want to do, is give them my applause, right? I hope what they demonstrate to you and what I think you've missed with these decisions is that they are curious learners, they are critical thinkers, and most importantly, they are advocates for justice, right? They are what we should be proud of, what we should be enforcing. And yet I sit here dealing with a crisis that I cannot teach a book that I feel deeply should be taught, despite the fact that I am watching my colleagues teach novels like Hamlet, Catcher in the Rye, the true story of the part-time Indian, The Bluest Eye, Perks of Being a Wallflower, Middlesex. None of those books have been stopped and none of those teachers have been addressed. It's just been me singularly with this book. And I don't understand it because Oscar Wilde is a deeply enriching book. It offers the voice that the Latinx community has found silenced for so many years, particularly when it's under attack in this country. It is vital that our students be allowed to read this book. I don't understand why there is such objection. As has been pointed out by my students, as I have reiterated to administration, I treat it with sensitivity. I give trigger warnings. I give alternate book options, right? Opting out was always an option. I didn't need administration to tell me that. I've been doing that for over a decade. It's a best practice, right? I situate the book. I allow students an opportunity, right, to express themselves, to figure out what self-identity is and what dictatorship looks like in all of its forms. And by the way, those forms include freedom to and freedom from. And I would argue what you're doing here is what Margaret Atwood would call freedom from, which leads, right, to censorship, authoritarianism, and ultimately, right, the silence of voices that we need. So I am begging you, right, to please remove the directive that still remains intact. I am begging you to bring me into the conversation because I have been left out of it entirely.
Thank you, Ms. Martling. All right, we have a few online public speaks. Up. We collected the sheets a while back. Did you put your name on the list?
One name there.
Rocio Lopez, everybody. Come on down.
Hello, Rocio Lopez, president of Somaya, Spanish teacher at Columbia High School, resident of Maplewood. I wasn't going to talk today, but come on, there is no other way. How can you remove the only book that we have from a Latinx that the kids are reading in Columbia High School and leave the kids reading exactly the same cohort of kids in another class reading Hamlet, where 2 days later, you know, Ophelia commits suicide when it actually Oscar Wilde is a successful story. He actually doesn't want to do that. He actually is fighting with his identity. Don't we have enough as Latinos, what we're going through right now, that you all should remove our books? I mean, this is South Orange and Maplewood. This is not supposed to happen here. I stay here for that reason. I'm an immigrant. You just remove the only book from an immigrant, from the curriculum. And then you come, and I understand that you say, oh, mental health. Believe me, we care about mental health. Probably more even than you guys that are sitting there, because we are the ones with the kids in the classrooms. We are the ones that see the kids suffering, even though we're allowing them to use, you know, all these cell phones and things that are actually destroying their mental health. But it's fine, we will remove books. What is the next book we're gonna remove? Something talking about gays? I'm beyond that, but the part that it really upset me tonight is saying that, oh, the teachers are not equipped and they're not social workers. Yes, we're not. But you only remove it from one book and one teacher. So what are you saying, that my teacher over here is not good enough? You only did it to one person. So you are singling out one educator of Columbia High School, and that personally, a person that got a 4.79 in the AP scores, which is pretty much impossible in an AP classroom. It hurts my feelings to hear that. When we know that she has been successful teaching those books, and she's probably the teacher that teaches the most critical thinking in the whole Columbia High School. So I needed to say that, and I want to protect my teacher. Thank you.
All right. We will now move on to online public speaks. Our first speaker is Edward LaPierre.
None of the remaining signups are online.
None of them. Then that concludes our public speaks. We will now move on to the statement, the update from the business administrator.
Thank you, President Meyer. I'm going to be brief. I will be speaking about two topics: our budget update, brief budget update, and the timeline for the Ritzer project. Okay? As it pertains to budget update, consistent with our budget calendar, the district senior leadership has been working with members of the Board of Education to finalize the instructional and operational budget. We're working together to complete and evaluate projected revenues, an analysis of contractual arrangements, program planning, resource allocation, and the associated expenses. We're working through ideas that can structurally alter projected spending for the 26-27 budget year and beyond. I want to give thanks to the Budget Advisory Committee, the feedback we've received from Budget 101 town halls, and ultimately we are tracking towards finalizing a tentative instructional operational budget to be reviewed and adopted at the Board of Education preliminary budget hearing public meeting on March 17th. That's our update for budget timeline. I'm going to move to Ritzer project update as well. Gentlemen, if you could throw up the Ritzer project timeline, thank you. I'll mention that the Ritzer project timeline is available on the district's website. There's one slight change to the timeline as presented here. Folks may know that, or you can see that the Maplewood Planning Board meeting was scheduled to take place February 10th. Unfortunately, we were not able to actually present the project due to the duration of that meeting. So we were postponed to the subsequent meeting, which is actually taking place today. It very well may have finished, but there may be healthy debate and conversation there as well. So it may still be ongoing. The fact does remain that with that Maplewood Planning Board meeting happening today, it just requires a slight adjustment to the publicly available timeline, and that is that that meeting is taking place today on February 26th. Now, as that meeting is taking place tonight, we expect to receive a Department of Education response by March 3rd. If the Department of Education approval is indeed received, the district will be in place to draft a final proposal for the Board of Education to consider and take action upon. Should they decide to proceed to the Board of School Estimate, they'll proceed with that proposal phase at the Board of School Estimate's subsequent meeting. In summary, we are progressing consistent with the published timeline that you see here and that is available on our website. That's about it. Thank you.
Any questions? Board Member Brown.
Just that slide, so it's set, before we go to Bose, we have to vote as a board, right? So I just want to make sure, I think it said we don't have a board meeting March 12th.
No, so the, actually what's been adjusted is this timeline represents the March 12th board meeting. We did make a change to that March 12th preliminary budget hearing, moving it to March 17th.
Oh, okay.
And that was as a result of the new governor coming on, and the governor's address has been moved to March 10th. Then subsequent guidance must be given to us in the form of our state aid announcement 48 hours later, March 12th. So we couldn't very well keep that March 12th meeting for our review. So we will receive that guidance March 12th, and we've rescheduled that meeting to March 17th. That meeting will be the meeting that we would, be able to hear a resolution about moving forward to Bose.
Okay, perfect. And then can you give an update on the girls' locker room? Has it started? Like, what's the status with the construction there?
Girls' locker room is still under construction. It's underway. I don't have a recent update over the past several days as to where it is, but that work is ongoing.
Okay, yeah, maybe if we can get an update about when it's supposed to be done.
Yeah, sure, I would absolutely do that. We have a construction meeting scheduled for this coming Tuesday, so I'll be sure to give an update on that. Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, then I'll proceed with the board president update. I'm going to try to cut a lot out of this here because we've really hit most of it, but just a few things quickly. First, as many of you may be aware, a member of our community was the victim of a hit-and-run incident on his bike yesterday evening. He's a father, a talented musician, and a strong supporter of our community's bike bus program. And this is especially terrifying to hear for those of us who like to bike around town. We're thinking of him and his family and all hoping for a speedy recovery. And the board members were all proud to see the district having commemorated Black History Month in many different ways across the district in this month, including the spectacular My Black is Beautiful event put on by Psalms principal Irby Hill, which 3 members of the board were able to participate in, featuring performances by many talented South Orange Middle School students and a keynote address by Jordan Fields, an attorney and CHS alum, whose advocacy, along with her parents, to be placed in advanced classes in Columbia High School was integral to the equity work undertaken by the district in the past decade, work that is for sure never finished. One member of our board, Bimbo Kapadia, is not with us because he's currently at Maplewood Town Hall, where the Maplewood Planning Board is still reviewing our submission for the redevelopment of Ritzer Field. As many of you know, we joined a Board of School Estimate meeting last week to discuss at a high level the district's fiscal outlook and the capital projects we have in the pipeline and on the horizon. And we received some instructive feedback from our municipal partners on that board. To be clear, we were not presenting any project for approval at that meeting. There was no vote on the table because the project is still in development. We are awaiting a determination from the state on the amount of debt service contribution they're going to provide, which is going to significantly impact the direction of the project, and as well the feedback from the planning board. Once we have those pieces together, the district and board will consider and recommend a path forward that will most responsibly and best serve the needs of our students, including our student athletes. Boy, our email box has just filled up with lots of concerns from members of our community this month. And while we are not able to respond personally to every one of them, I can tell you that we have read every one of them, and that all factors into the work that we do. The board took very seriously the concerns that were raised regarding the instructional changes in our AP literature class and all allegations of book banning. We also obviously have deep concern for the state of mental health in our schools, and unfortunately, we are often privy to confidential news that substantiate those concerns. The board has not taken a position. There is no action on the table tonight in that regard. The superintendent has made the determination at this point that students are permitted to read the text with parent permission, and the board has not, at this time, seen the need to take formal action. We continue to closely review and oversee the district's operations to assure compliance with our policies and our long commitment to intellectual freedom and the freedom to read, as well as our obligation to the well-being of the children entrusted to the district's care. And finally, we heard during the day today and during the meeting tonight from many students and community members regarding our track and field coaches and staff in general. And obviously on personal issues, we simply cannot make any comment due to the confidentiality of all the internal matters that could be involved. But please know, we're reading your emails, we've heard the comments, and they are factored into our ongoing decision-making and oversight of the district. With that, public speaks having been moved up, we're now going to move to committee reports. And I'm going to leave it to your discretion, but beg and plead that you perhaps limit your reports only specifically to those items that are actually up for action tonight.
We have made it this far. Let's keep going. No? I'm
Nope.
sorry. I don't. Me too.
I want to see if we can last longer than the Maplewood Planning Board. We had an hour's head start.
Is there like a
Possibly. We're going to start out first with Board Member Brown for Rutgers, and also you can give Board Member Kapadia's update for Community and Revenue Partnership.
I don't think there was anything that's related to what we're voting on tonight for either committee.
Great, thank you. Moving right along, Board Member Nair, FFT.
I don't think we have anything we're voting on either, but I'm happy to give an update about what we discussed at FFT, given that we're in budget season. So maybe I'll just touch on a little bit on the kind of preliminary budget that was presented and the discussion that we had. So the business office presented an overview of the budget philosophy, the assumptions and calculations related to state aid and local levy and fund balance. The BA presented a preliminary budget balancing both projected revenues and expenditures. Revenue assumptions included a 2% increase in general fund tax levy and tax levy cap adjustments / waivers associated with increases in healthcare costs and student enrollment. These factors collectively result in an approximate 6% increase in the local tax levy compared to 25-26 fiscal year. There were other assumptions that were made with respect to state aid, and nothing unusual there. The expenditures were developed in consultation with building administrators and relevant staff using a zero-based budget methodology. As a committee, we really discussed the long-term sustainability of using fund balance and budget freezes to address recurring budget gaps and the year-over-year reduction in fund balance and our strategies to rebuild it over the course of the next few years. We also talked about some overarching themes in terms of making sure that fund balances are replenished, particularly maintenance and capital reserves, and then also making sure that we look at structural changes in our expenditures over the course of time. The other update that I'd like to provide is on the, we had a discussion around the LRFP and facilities, and there we talked a little bit about our immediate priorities as well as the long-term priorities. We talked about the debt that we have currently, how much debt can we take on over the next couple of years, what can we actually afford to do in this upcoming fiscal year versus the next 3 fiscal year, and we've asked for some analysis around that, which we will hope to get in the next month or so. But at the moment, we're really focused on key pieces of analysis around the budget and making sure that we have a really good handle on what we're about to be approving in the next BOE meeting in March.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Any
Thank
questions? Board Member Higgins.
Just more of a deadline-related question, because we will be voting on the preliminary budget on the 17th, is that correct?
17th, yep.
So is there sort of any deadlines in place between now and then where we get to preview the information that we'll be voting on?
We have an FFT meeting next week on the 4th.
March 4th, yeah.
And then following that, we will send out minutes and all the materials to all the board members. And I think we were planning some small group meetings.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so we were planning like small group meetings for board members to get familiar. And then we did talk about whether there was going to be a town hall, but that's still, we have to figure it out, whether there'll be a town hall between FFT and when we have our board meeting. So more to come on that.
So would like a soft deadline to be able to see anything that we'd be voting on be like a couple of days before? Or like, is there a, I don't want to hold to a deadline, but more just, yeah. I just
Certainly,
need time to read.
I would imagine before the BOE meeting to adopt it, we will have some version of the things we talked about so that the public has a preview of it and then we as board members are fully familiar with it.
Board Member Brown.
I'll just reiterate what Meredith said. I mean, I think definitely more than a few days before the board meeting would be necessary to review this information.
Board Member Bennett.
I also think it merits discussion, the proposed changes to the school schedules, so it'll affect a lot of people, possibly hundreds of students too. If you want to see what I'm referring to, it is in the FFT minutes.
Board Member Steffen.
I would also be interested to see some analysis or discussion in FFT about the long-range facilities plan, the safety and the accessibility issues that I know the district's planning to fund out of the operating budget for next year. I think we can all agree those are much-needed projects. At the same time, we have a tight operating budget. At the same time, we're trying to replenish our capital reserves and maintenance reserves. And so one thing I'm sort of looking at in the future is how are we going to actually get all that money out of the operating budget? And should we look at bonding some of that money for those needed projects? And I don't know if you're able to speak to that now, but something I'm interested in.
Yeah, and I think at the FFT, we looked at a preliminary list of about 8.5 million roughly, and I don't know.
Yeah, so we had, after the BOCE meeting, we had Henry pull out all the ADA. So we've got a separate list of that now. Yep.
So we have asked for analysis that crosswalks that with the sort of the plant and maintenance line item in the budget so that we can see how it's getting paid and then what can actually be bonded, if any. So we've asked for that analysis.
Any other questions? Sure. Yep. No, you want to go ahead and mention that?
Yeah, I should just mention for those following along at home and who have looked up the Rutgers notes online, tonight there was supposed to be a presentation on the district's update on the Rutgers recommendation and then a separate presentation on III. Both of those presentations have been moved to next month.
Great. Let's go to Board Member Callahan for Special Services.
So this month, we don't have anything that we're voting on, but I am going to sneak this in because I think it's important to celebrate. It's related to district goals. So one of the district goals is strengthening academic culture and climate through collaborative learning, equitable access, and partnership with the C&I department. One of those goals is around a rubric designed to strengthen our inclusion classrooms. So the rubric was designed to guide walkthroughs for inclusion classrooms. Walkthroughs have been scheduled, and there are biweekly C&I and special services meetings happening. So as a next step, because that goal, those sub-goals have been completed, the committee is requested to review kind of a high-level summary of findings from the rubric during walkthroughs so that we can understand trends, strengths, and opportunities for growth for our classrooms, our inclusion classrooms. So not something we're voting on, but pertinent to district goals. Any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Board Member Higgins, Personnel.
Personnel, a lot of great things happening, so definitely check out the committee minutes. We did review something that we're voting on tonight. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Policy 142.1, nepotism. We are voting on that tonight and first read. It was reviewed in P&G, kicked to personnel for a second review, and we agreed with what P&G was recommending, so I will let P&G cover that. But check out the minutes. Next meeting is in March, obviously.
Any questions? All right, Board Member Sackett-Gable, Curriculum and Instruction.
Yeah, so we do have two C&I related policies up for second read tonight on resource and library materials. The committee didn't have any further comments on these policies. And I do want to say that we spent a significant portion of our meeting discussing the mental health data that Dr. Wabel shared in a presentation and its implication on instruction and student well-being. And thank you to the students who reached out to us on this topic regarding AP Lit. And I think I can speak for everybody when I say that we do appreciate hearing student perspectives and their firsthand experiences. So.
Any questions? Board Member Brown. Excuse me.
Yes. Okay, so I asked before about the directive to stop teaching the book, but, and if you would rescind it, but can you just verbally rescind it now, or does it have to be some kind of written thing? Okay. Well, if we could do that soon, I think that would be very good for the students. Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Board Member Steffen, Policy and Governance.
Policy and Governance met on February 4th. It was a productive meeting, and so there are many items up for vote tonight. Board Member Higgins just mentioned 0142.1, which is on nepotism, prohibiting the superintendent and board member relatives from being employed with the district with some exceptions. There's Policy 2422 on statutory curricular requirements. A lot of things that are required by the state, but we also have some local language on know your rights education, so students are informed about what they can do and what their rights are during a police encounter. We've got Policy 5111 on the eligibility of resident and non-resident students. Policy 9163 on spectator code of conduct for interscholastic events. Regulation 2535 on library materials. Regulation 5530 on substance abuse. And then we have, those are all for first read. We've got a number of policies also up for second read. That's Policy 2530 on resource material, Policy 2535 on library materials, Policy 5120 on assignment of students, Policy and Regulation 9130 on public complaints. And I just wanted to point out some of these policies, 2530, 2535, and 9130, are part of a package having to do with the Freedom to Read Act that was passed by the state. Those policies are to get us in line with state requirements in terms of selection of library materials and resource materials and the process for removing those materials. That obviously has some relationship with what we've been discussing with the Brief Wondrous Life of Oscar Wilde, but discussion about those policies and regulations predates this issue, and so it's up for a vote tonight for that reason.
Any questions? Okay, then I'm going to move the discussion portion of our meeting closed, and we're going to move on to the action portion. We're first going to tackle a consent agenda for resolutions 4920 through 4928. That consists of our financial resolutions, our transfer and removal of non-domiciled students, our first and second read policies, our special education settlements, our affirmation of HIB investigations, a resolution of a SOMEA grievance, approval of a revised 25-26 school year calendar, and a field trip resolution. Do I have a motion? Board Member Sackett-Gable. Do I have a second? Board Member Brown. Any discussion? Board Member Higgins.
It's more of just a system understanding. So if there are questions that wouldn't impact my vote tonight, is it okay to like send those questions later as more of a follow-up for next steps for some of these things?
You can always send questions.
Okay.
Do you have a question you want to ask before you vote, though?
I do, but I also want to be mindful of time. So I know how I'm going to vote.
Fair,
So I'm just,
fair.
I don't want this to go like as if we're just brushing through things. There are questions, but they're not questions that would change my vote. We'll put it that way.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. That's
Are there any other questions?
I'm not doing that. You can ask.
So is 4930 is excluded?
We're doing the hand carries next.
Okay.
Yep. I will just ask, Ms. Spring, would you highlight what the change is in our calendar?
Good question.
Do you recall that? See, I knew it a minute ago. Hang on.
March, for the voting. March 10th.
It's a half day on March 10th. Training.
Oh, for the.
Yep, exactly.
March 10th, half day. There was something else. Yeah, Columbia High School, but there's something else, and I cannot remember due to the
Was
time.
there?
Yes, thank you. So I just want to make a quick note around that. We're working with the Board of Elections around election sites being at our schools. So we're in the middle, we're starting those discussions right now. I know I've been getting a lot of emails, especially from our teachers and admin, so we've started those discussions.
Great. It takes a village here. Anything else before we call the roll on this? No? All right. Mr. Moody?
Yes, President Meyer, I will call the roll call vote on agenda items, actually 4920 through 4928. Board Member Bennett.
Yes.
Board Member Brown.
Yes.
Board Member Callahan.
Yes.
Board Member Higgins.
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia. Board President Meyer.
Yes.
Board Member Nyer.
Yes.
Board Member Sackett-Gable.
Yes.
Board Member Steffen.
Yes.
The ayes have it, yes.
All right, thank you. We'll next move on to our hand carry resolution 4929, affirming the district's implementation of the Strengthening Gifted and Talented Education Act. Do I have a motion? Callahan, second. Steffen. Any discussion? All right. And Mr. Moody, would you please call the roll?
Sure, President Meyer. Board Member Steffen.
Yes.
Board Member Sackett-Gable.
Yes.
Board Member Nyer.
Yes.
Board President Meyer.
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia. Board Member Higgins.
Yes.
Board Member Callahan.
Yes.
Board Member Brown.
Abstain.
And Board Member Bennett.
Yes.
Okay, the ayes have it.
Moving on to Resolution 4930, denying level 4 grievance on grade changes. Do I have a motion? Board Member Steffen. Do I have a second? Board Member Sackett-Gable. Any discussion? We probably can't discuss this, can we? No? All right. Mr. Moody, would you please call the roll?
Sure, Board President Meyer. Board Member Bennett.
No.
Board Member Brown.
No.
Board Member Callahan.
Yes.
Board Member Higgins.
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia. Board President Meyer.
Yes.
Board Member Nyer.
Yes.
Board Member Sackett-Gable.
Yes.
Board Member Steffen.
Yes.
Okay, the ayes have it.
All right. And last, we have Resolution 4931, level 4 grievance, increased caseload for CST members. Do I have a motion? Callahan, second. Bennett, thank you. There's going to be no discussion on this because it is a personnel matter. Mr. Moody, would you please call the roll?
Sure, Board President Meyer. Board Member Steffen.
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable.
Yes.
Board Member Nyer.
Yes, but I just want to say that we did discuss that we should look at our policies with respect to this as well. So, yes.
Yeah. Board President Meyer.
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia. Board Member Higgins.
Yes.
Board Member Callahan.
Yes.
Board Member Brown.
Yes.
Board Member Bennett.
Yes.
The ayes have it.
And that concludes the action portion of our meeting. We will now begin our second hearings of individuals and delegates this evening. Mr. Morgan, do we have anyone signed up? No? I'm hereby closing our second hearing of individuals and delegations. Is there any new business tonight? Seeing none, we'll close the new business portion of the meeting. The board will next meet in public session on Thursday, March 26th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. where action will be taken. That's not correct because that's our next regular meeting, regular meeting first. We will also next be meeting in public session for our preliminary budget adoption on March 17th, 2025, 6:30 p.m. You may wear green or not, it is optional, where action will also be taken. Please also remember we have our first strategic planning session on March 16th, followed by April 15th and May 11th. If you want to sign up for a session, you should go to the district's website and do so. Now, may I have a motion to adjourn? Board Member Callahan. Second, Board Member Nyer. Can I get a show of hands, please?
There it is.
Yep. The ayes have it. Good night, folks. We are adjourned at 11:39 p.m.